Hilda, can you hear me now? Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate you guys for gifting. Hey, Casey Rich, how is everyone? So folks, we do yeah, Cassie, you cannot pour when that sucker's empty. And I had nothing left to give. Hey, Sandy, how are you? I heard my Sunday podcast. Thank you, Mom with Goals. Love that. Hilda, can you hear me over there now? Can you hear me now? No? Renee, you can hear me? Yes? So weird. What's up, Sandy? Hey, Shelda. Can you guys hear me now? Facebook, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, Substack. Yes. Okay. Perfect. Um, um, all right. So, hey, Cheryl, how are you? What's up, honey Graham? I think I said hi. All right. So, I'm going to just dive right in, and because there's a lot to talk about. Love that. Okay, great. I'm so glad you guys could hear me now. Thank you guys for already achieving the gifting goal. All right. So, it has been a heavy duty day, a heavy duty week, all the things. And so let me just be clear. I'm going to touch on some things tonight that are in the news, but probably not from the perspective that people think I'm going to. What's up, Usabless? Hey, Janice. Hey, Tara Love. Good to see you. Okay. What's up, Witch? How are you? So check this out. Thank you, Sandy. You're monitoring the keywords. I love that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so listen. I am going to I love that. Thanks, Cam. I did. Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure. Concerned about the second topic? Yeah. Concerned about it in what way? I mean, that's just the news report. Yes, Helen, I just got started. You're concerned about the second topic in what way? Sorry, you guys. Somebody said they were you haven't heard about it? Okay. It happened in Washington, D.C. And we are going to talk about it. Hey, Dr. Emmy, glad to see you. You didn't hear about that one, Cheryl? Yeah. So we're going to talk about it. Hey, Jen the vet, how are you? So it's probably going to be easiest if we start with the middle issue, and then the third one. Hey, Jabber, I have you tomorrow on my calendar. Hey, hospice nurse Shawnee. What's up, Pamela? Good to see you over there as well. So listen, I think it's easier if we start with the middle topic and the last topic, and then go to the top topic, because I think the very one at the top, this is going to be the one where we have a lot of connections to make. So, and it's probably going to be the one that is the lengthiest. I am going to, what's up, Sin? How are you? I am going to, you took a 3-day break from reality. I only took like half of one yesterday, kind of, sort of. Hey, Astrid and Sharon, good to see you. So listen, I am going to, hey, Mama, good to see you. So listen, I am going to briefly touch on the subject that tends to be the one that's got MAGA up in arms when it comes to Donald Trump. Yeah, Jabber, I'm just getting started. But here's the thing. I'm not going to talk about it from the perspective that everybody else is, whether or not, certain names are in there, whether or not there is a list, or if there isn't one. That's not really my focus. What I'm going to focus on about that subject, hey, Wanda, what I'm going to focus on about that subject is I want to focus on the DOJ. And the reason why is because it is attached to several other things, and a major issue with the DOJ, right? So Houston, we have a problem. America, we have a problem, and it is our Department of Justice. While Merrick Garland may have drug his feet and really fuck some stuff up, I think Pam Bondi is like, hold my beer. You didn't think the DOJ could get any worse? Hold my beer. And so I really want us to talk about, because I don't know if you all saw in the last 30 or 40 minutes, but Maureen Comey was just fired. Maureen Comey was one of the federal prosecutors on the E case. Our favorite Floridian, and she was on the E case. She was also on Diddy's case. I don't know if you all saw that or not. but she's not the only one. And so I want to talk about a couple of other folks along with those who are leaving voluntarily. So I want to go there. Let me start in the middle topic first. Okay. So let me just do this before we just dive right in. So number one, if you are new to my live, do me a favor and put a 1 in the comments. That way I can kind of level set and get things started. If you are a 1, yeah, those of you, my subs, you all lie. Hello, Davina, good to see you. What's up, Ganja? Welcome. Alex, you're not 1. Hey, Sophie, good. Nice to see you. Welcome to all the new people. Hey, Nisi. Welcome, Ren. Hey, Carrie Anderson, welcome. So new folks, let me just share with you how I do things in this space because Abdul, you're not new. I know you. I got it, Veronica. Hey, Queen of Spades, good to see you. Mr. Do It. And you went by really fast. Oh, thanks, honey Graham. All right, so let me just share with you how we do things in this space. And I like to level set, especially before people request to come up on the panel and things like that, so that you know what type of environment you're going into, okay? And so here's what I mean by that. If you are used to TikTok rooms where people yell or cuss each other out or scream over each other or Davina, I'll get there in just a second. If that's the kind of room, hey Tootie, if that's the kind of room that you're in, then this is not going to be the space for you because here are 3 things. Okay. So actually 4 things. Number 1, Queen Tara. Let me be very clear. You can stop with the homophobia or transphobia, or you'll be booted from my room. I mean, it's just that simple. If you don't agree with it, that's fine. You can keep your comments to yourself. Okay. So again, there are 4 things that I ask for in this space. Number 1 is be respectful at all times. I don't care which side of the aisle you're from or whether you're walking down the middle. I don't care. Be respectful. Number 2, no slurs of any kind. Got it? You say a slur, I don't care who it's towards. You will be muted and booted from my live. Number 3, do not spam my comments, right? If you got something to say, you can say it 1 time, maybe even twice, but don't say it 5, 6, 7 times. It's not beneficial. And number 4, do not type in all caps. It's reserved for my moderators and my folks that are vision impaired. All right. So that's the way that we do things in this space. And let me just say this, you don't have to agree with me at all. You don't have to agree with me at all, but we're going to discuss things in a respectful manner. And, we can have dialogue, we can have discourse, we can have disagreement. We're just going to do it respectfully, and we're going to do it rooted in fact. It's not hard. I'm just going to ask you to be a person your mama would be proud of. Period. That's it. Okay. Good to see you, Becky. Hey, Melinda. All right. So, I want to talk about, yeah. So, wait, gosh, a lot. What's up, Gio? Hey, 2409. Hold on for a second. Hey, Bama to Boston. What's up?
Hey, something very, really near and dear and current for me. In May 2025, they dismantled the VAST program, which in turn defunded HUD-VAST, which stipends rental for homeless, disabled veterans, and put a full freeze on the program. I'm currently at a program for PTSD and disabled veterans, and I'm seeing 15 plus elderly disabled veterans not be able to even apply for their housing.
Okay, so you're kind of muffled. I don't know if I don't know if there's a reason, but which program are you referring to?
HUD-VAST.
Is it just me? Yeah, see, everybody else is saying it's muffled too.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right, HUD-VAST program.
Okay. And what are you saying they did to it?
43% funding cuts and a complete freeze for new intakes for the voucher program. And this happened with the VAST cut, May 2025. I'm currently in the unhoused disabled veteran program awaiting. Luckily, I'm grandfathered in. But anybody from this point forward who applies cannot apply. They froze it entirely.
Yes, sis.
43% housing. 43% of the budget.
Yes. Yes. Give me 1 second. Because I'm on the overview for it, but give me a second. I just want to see.
I will turn my camera on and prove I am sitting in a VA right now.
Yeah. I don't want you to put people on camera that don't.
I'm not going to put anybody. I'm in my room.
Yeah. Okay, that one's not there. So you're saying they did a 43% cut to VASH?
Funding. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that what it does is it pays a percentage income based of the rental, and it helps you move into a rental when you're a homeless disabled. You have to be disabled and you have to be chronically homeless. They vet people for this. You have to show them your bank statements. You have to everything.
Okay, so, give me 1 second.
Raga likes to say that, oh, it's probably for a reason.
Hold on 1 second. Let me help her real quick. Oh, good gosh. Mila, okay. Here, let me help you.
I'm telling y'all, this is affecting people in real time.
Okay, so.
And I just want to get the message out.
Yeah, so. Let me see what I'm looking at. So it looks like, so the skinny budget that they released in May, it had, so in HUD, right? It was a 43% reduction to all of HUD's rental assistance program, which does affect HUD VASH program as part of public housing, project-based rental assistance, Section 202 housing for the elderly, and Section 811 housing for persons with disabilities. These are proposed cuts outlined in the administration's budget request for fiscal year 2026 and are not necessarily enacted legislation. So,
but they did put a freeze on any intakes right now, and it's substantially slowed the program down. They're backlogged. People are just sitting in hospitals.
Okay, hold on 1 second. I always like to make sure that I get, I know what their proposals are. I know that they haven't done it yet, but give me just a second. I always want to make sure that when people leave that they, that I get it absolutely spot on. Hey, Daniel, good to see you. Yeah. So Gary, so Daniel, yeah, you're right. Yeah. So give me a second. Okay. So, because I am literally sitting on the National Low Income Housing Coalition website. And so these are the additional details of the fiscal year 2026 budget request, which would slash HUD rental and homelessness assistance programs. And let me see what it is. The full budget request proposes a historic 44% cut to HUD's vital affordable housing, homelessness, and community development programs. It would impose changes to rental and homelessness assistance that would leave more families struggling to afford rent. And they've actually got a chart, which, yay, I just like nerded out on a chart because the chart shows me what it was and what they want to do. So let me see. So
I totally get that you want to double check, but I promise you I looked into it and I'm living it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also a disabled veteran, right? What I like to do. So here's my thing. I know what it proposes, and I'm not telling you that they haven't slowed down applications or anything like that.
Stop taking them.
Right. And I'm not saying that they have or that they haven't. All I want to say is, because here's what will happen, right? Is somebody will hear you say that they cut 44% of housing for veterans, and they'll run out of here and they'll go say it in 1,000 other lives. And I always want to make sure that people know exactly what we're talking about, because it's just too easy to get things mixed up, right? So that's why I like to look it up and make sure that everybody knows exactly what is, because there's enough bad shit that is for sure happening that I want to make sure that I've got exactly what is or what is proposed to be bad, that's happening and what is already bad that's happening, right? So that's what that's why I'm double checking. It has nothing to do with you, and anybody that's in this room will tell you that this is just me. I always like to make sure that I have clarity on everything.
I understand.
Yeah, 100%. So just so that everybody gets it, right? So HUD Secretary Scott Turner and Donald Trump have released the remaining details of their full fiscal year 2026 budget request. It will propose 44% cuts to HUD's program, right? And that includes the VASH program for veterans, right? It'll include all the way across the board. And let me see what this chart looks like. Oh, wait, there was another part that I wanted to tell people. There we are. So the House Appropriations Committee chair released the anticipated schedule for appropriations subcommittees and the full committee to review and debate their 12 annual spending bills. It's a process known as markup, right? The House Transportation, Housing, Urban Development, which is the Appropriations Subcommittee, is slated to mark up their draft. Well, it was 2 days ago on July 14th. Tomorrow, folks, is the full Okay, sissy, I'll come help you. So listen, tomorrow, y'all, is the full Appropriations Committee markup. So it's the Senate Appropriations Committee has not yet announced their markup schedule. So y'all know it has to go through the House first. Then it will go to the Senate and they will mark up whatever the drafts are for these spending bills. So, okay, sis, I'm coming. Hold on, Cam. So let me tell you what the Senate has said so far. So the Senate Appropriations Vice Chair, who's Patty Murray, she said they released a statement and in response to the budget. And she said, noting that the request would quote unquote eviscerate HUD funding and quote, rip the roofs off Americans' heads and put even more families at risk of homelessness, end quote. So I would expect a lot of debate on this program and a lot of fight going back and forth. So you all know what to do when we see items like this. And tomorrow is another No King's Day anyway, right? So tomorrow, this is your time, guys, to send emails to the House Appropriations Full Committee, which is tomorrow. So we're looking at the House. The Senate hasn't released their schedule yet, but this is your time to contact the members of the House Appropriations Committee, contact your folks that are in the House, right? Especially if you're a veteran like myself. This is your opportunity to speak out, to let them know that this is not something that we support. For those of you guys that are on Substack or YouTube or Facebook, if you go into my link tree, folks, you will see the very first, Mila, I'm coming. You will see the very first link is to political materials and resources, right? In there is where you will find all sorts of things to help you out in terms of contacting your folks. Can I get one of my folks to come up here and let me take a break? I just need to help Mila get off the potty.
And can they please send me how to get in that Substack? Because
yeah, so
I really appreciate you putting this on your platform because it's really important.
Yeah, it is important. And that's why I wanted to see, because if I say it like it was released in May and it's like a thing that's already done, then it leaves us, tied. But if there's do I have a Cheryl, a Cheryl, a Phantom, a somebody that normally does a break for me? There we go. Thank you, Jesus. I got to get my grandbaby off the potty. Hold on. Y'all, I'll be right back.
Hey, y'all.
Hey,
How's everybody today? How are you doing?
I feel it's a little bit of relief to hear support back from this issue. I've been bringing it into lives all day, and it's just been getting shut down.
Yeah, I know how that is. Not for the same topic, but I know what you mean. It's rough. People, especially in particular lives, they have singular topics they like to stay on, and everything is connected, and they don't understand actually the importance of it all. And Danny's just amazing because Danny just researches and understands and information on so many topics that it makes it where she can talk about a bunch of different things.
She didn't even say she was a veteran, but I could look at you and tell. That's why I requested up here.
Let me see. Okay, let me do real quick, folks. So, if for anybody that is looking for my link tree, right? Y'all know there's a ton of stuff in it. So, but if you go to my profile on any of the platforms, you're going to see a link, and that link is to my link tree. And here we go, subcommittees. And I need thud. Here they are. All right. So guys, get a pen.
Let me get the pen.
And I'm going to put this link in my link tree right now. But if you want to start blowing up somebody's phone, as in making a phone call, TikTok, not actually like just calling people, TikTok, just calling people. So this is,
I'm the worst.
okay. So,
Okay, I got one.
oh, great. Perfect. It put it in here. So right now, the very first, I can tell Lisa's been reorganizing. Hold on. This is the first time I've seen my link tree since Lisa started reorganizing it. And I'm like, hold up. My shit looks different. Okay. All right, folks. So listen, the very top link right now is the link to the subcommittee for THUD, right? Which is Transportation, Housing, Urban Development. So this is the subcommittee, right? Tomorrow is the full Appropriations Committee like deal. So the very first link is for THUD, the subcommittee. The telephone number for the chair of that subcommittee, his name is Chairman Steve Womack. It is 202-225-2141. Again, that number is 202-225-2141. Feel free. Oh, we lost Bama. I don't know where she went. That is the number to call directly. Yeah, I think so. I think they dropped, Cam. I don't know. Thank you, Sin. That's the number. All right. So I put the link in there so you can actually see the members of this entire subcommittee that's there. And then the entire Appropriations Committee is, so the chairman is Tom Cole, just so you know. And let me tell you what time tomorrow's hearing is for everybody. Full committee markup. Here it goes at 10 a.m. tomorrow. All right. I'm putting this link in the link tree, folks. This is the entire schedule and the video for tomorrow. So tomorrow, starting at 10 a.m., you can actually got it. So tomorrow, starting at 10 a.m., if you follow this link that I'm putting in there right now, you'll be able to watch the Appropriations Committee as they talk about this bill. So I've given you a link right below it to the subcommittee. That's all of those people. And then the full committee is up above it, and that's the calendar. So you want to make sure that you are contacting, especially all of the folks that are on the subcommittee, with either the telephone number that I gave you, or they may have a contact on the subcommittee's individual page for each person. Let me look and see if I can.
Is that number you just posted, Kim? Is that the number she get? Because mine, I'm on real Wi-Fi. My stuff cut off.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, it's the 2141, I think is the last number. Did y'all see it?
Yep.
Yeah, 202-225-2141. That is Chairman Steve Womack. And he is the chair for the THUD subcommittee, right? So you can make that telephone call in the morning and leave your remarks. You can also see who the other members are. So for example, if your representative is Steve Womack, Hal Rogers, John Rutherford, Tony Gonzalez, Ryan Zink, Juan Siscomani, Dave Joyce, Stephanie Bice, Dale Strong, James Clybourne, Mike Quigley, Bonnie Watson Coleman, Norma Torres, Pete Aguilar or Adriano Espaillat. And the link is in my thing. Don't worry about writing all those names down. But if those are your reps, you can call them, and you can call their offices directly tomorrow as well as the chair. And so it's just really important to do that. And if you really want to talk about it, like seriously, you want to play on the VASH program, right? Because that is for veterans. That's one thing that you want to talk about. And then of course, homelessness overall. Here's what I know is that most people, when for whatever reason, it's just like being poor, they want to criminalize it. They don't have a lot of sympathy for unhoused people. But what you want to do is 100% talk about the adverse impact on veterans. I mean, we just got it to where we don't have record numbers of, veterans unaliving themselves, 22 at a time, you know what I mean, during the day. So we don't want this to be something that kicks up and then it takes it in an opposite direction. Okay. So just so that you guys know, hey, Brad Short, good to see you. Is that part of the issue you was trying to get cleared up the other day when you posted that video? Nope. No. That issue was for what committee was I trying to talk to y'all when Tom and Nicole had a rough time with me? Oh no, Brad, that was the confirmation for Emil Bove. He's trying to be the appellate judge. It was the Judicial Committee, the Senate Judicial Committee. Yeah, that was it. All right. So bam. These folks, I will tell you, we are a group that I love because we don't just sit on TikTok and bitch and moan about things. We believe in actually taking some sort of action, and we categorize things here we use 3 circles, right? So the smallest circle is what you can control, which is pretty much just you, what you think, what you say, what you do, how you do it, when you do it, all that shit, right? That second circle is going to be the things that you can influence, right? That's where this falls into. This falls into circle number 2. Hopefully we can influence it, by making phone calls and sending emails tomorrow. It doesn't have a straight email address for the committee. That's why I gave the telephone number. And then number 3, anything that's not something you can control or influence, and it's circle number 3, we just be like, okay, I can't do shit about that. So it just is what it is. And because
you guys are awesome.
Because if it's not in my circle,
I'm on lives all day today trying to reach someone who would listen to this.
I mean, I just was at the VA today. So like this morning, it's not an easy system to navigate. It can be very cumbersome. And I think a lot of people don't realize that, there are programs there, but there's a lot of programs, that veterans don't even know exist because they're not properly marketed and advertised and people aren't told about.
I say it's like Fight Club.
Yeah, just saying. It is kind of that sort of thing. So no, but I mean, cutting 44% of HUD is absolutely asinine. Absolutely asinine. There's I don't know what they would want people to do. Like I can remember 8 years ago in Mecklenburg County in Charlotte, there were 4,500 children in the county that were unhoused. And that was 8 years ago. I don't know what the number is today. But I think that people don't realize and a lot of times when people think unhoused, right? Nope, Laura, I wasn't. When people think unhoused, sometimes people think, oh, I'm got to be in a tent and I'm outside. That is one way of being unhoused, but other ways of being unhoused is sleeping in your car, sleeping in like seedy motels.
They have you in like the psych ward area of a VA because they literally have nowhere to put you. That's happening on a mass scale right now. It happened to me.
So I thought the goal was to get people. Yeah, I know, right? So listen, folks, shelters, motels, couch surfing, car sleeping, all of those are different ways to be unhoused. And so I think that people don't realize all the different ways. And for some of these children, they're going from auntie's house to cousin's house to grandma's house to whoever's house, whoever can deal with them at that time. And so, it's important for us to realize that it would be absolutely crazy to slash the housing budget by 44%, the HUD budget, and the impact that it would have on people across the country, including veterans. So yeah.
Well, I'm gonna get to talking to the guys in the program here with me, because there's 30 something of us right now, and I'm gonna talk to them about this tonight.
Yeah,
Give them
everybody
numbers.
make phone calls. And I would even be, so here's the thing. I would be telling the people that are running the programs where you are, the 31 folks that are in there with you now. And do you know what would be really powerful? Is writing a letter to the editor and sending it out to different news outlets. Get a little PBS NewsHour story, get a little 60 Minutes, get a little NPR, get a little BBC, get a little something where, because whenever, can you imagine if you all had one letter that was written about the conditions and where you're staying now and about this proposed funding cut, and that one letter was signed by 31 veterans, and you emailed that.
Air conditioning in here.
Yeah. So listen, you want to write this letter. Listen to me right here. You want to write this one letter. All right. And you want to detail your experience there, how many of you all are there, what the conditions are that are there. And then you want to have all 31 of you sign it. Right. And when you sign it, don't just put your name, just put whatever your military rank is, and your branch of service. And then you want to email that, and you want to email it to NPR and to PBS and to BBC and to your local news story there, your statewide papers. I don't know what state you're in, but think about independent news organizations too. But though that's how you get really, because can you imagine when they see a letter written from 31 vets? And then if you want to, hell, take some pictures of the facility that you're in, send that along with your email. This is where they have veterans.
The staff works so hard for us. It is not the staff.
And you put that in your
It's not the
letter.
staff.
And you put that in your letter. You see what I'm
appreciate
saying?
you. I might shoot you a message with what I come up with
Yeah.
tonight.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Go ahead and do that. That's how you get it done.
I'm gonna hit the ground running on this one.
Good. All right, you guys have a good one. All right.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, appreciate you. Bye. So, folks, this is the thing. Like, we have topics that we're going to get to this evening, definitely. And having said that, it's for me taking that right off the bat and then giving them something, like, because if not, people just feel helpless, right? But you can do something, right? And it's not like she alone can change it, right? But now they have something to do. And that's sometimes all that people need is people just need direction, right? And telling you how to do it, right? I'm not sure what you're talking about, am I, when you say should have never happened. What are you talking about that should have never happened? Right, Grammy, she was heard. 100%. Yeah, so I'm not sure what you're talking about should have never happened. What are you referring to? What are you referring to? And as soon as I reset this, folks, we will dive right into the middle topic that is in the middle of your screen there. Oh, thanks, Nisi. The topic on the board behind you. I'm not, there's three of them. There's three of them. So not sure which one you're referring to. You can request to come up if you would like to. Hey, Mary Shaw, how are you? Good evening, Taz. What's up? All right. So, folks, I want to talk to you about the middle topic that is on the board. This is a reminder for everybody that is here. If you are new to me, I ask for 4 things in my space. Number 1, be respectful. 2, no slurs of any kind. 3, don't spam my comments. And 4, don't type in all caps, because all caps is for moderators and my folks that are vision impaired. That's it. Hello, Linda. Good to see you. All right. So I want to just share a brief story that, gotcha, am I? So I want to share a brief story that's coming out of Washington, D.C. It did end up making the national cut. So I don't know if you guys know how the media does some of their stuff, right? But what they will do is they will look at, they get like local news reports, right? And anything that is a national issue that could get some traction nationally, then you'll see like the overall news agency, the national news, actually do a story about it. So what I'm looking at right now is the NBC Washington site, because that's who told the story at first. And then it was picked up nationally as well. Yeah, so I think I first saw this, I don't know, Cheryl, because I didn't go live yesterday, right? So I think yesterday, but yeah, exactly. Hell on Wheels. All right, so let me give you the gist of this, okay? So in this week or not this week, but in the last week, there have been 2 fights at Washington D.C.'s juvenile center, okay, with 2 different teenagers ended up having to be taken to the hospital. Now, these 2 incidents were not related to each other. They just both happened in the same week. One of the reasons that they are talking that there's an issue with this facility is because the district data shows that the center is over capacity by 17 people. It was over capacity by 17 people on the day of the assaults, and it remained over capacity as of Monday of this week, right? So here's what happened. So there's a transgender girl housed in a boys unit. And her jaw was broken during the incident at DC's Youth Services Center. Okay, they actually broke her jaw. The fights took place on July 7th. And listen at this. In the incident where the trans girl got her jaw broken, 5 teenagers have been charged with new violations related to the assault. So, at a minimum, there were 5 people involved in this incident that resulted in her having a broken jaw. Now, they've launched what they call as a full review, right? Though it's not really yet clear, like if they have a policy on how to house transgender teens. Now, this is from the local one. This is what I find to be interesting, because once the national news picked it up, I'm going to read to you what they say the policy is. But when the local news outlet said what first ran this story, they said, hey, they've launched what they call a full review, but it's not clear even if they have a policy on how to house transgender teens. And it said, so the director told the news station, quote, "The Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services is deeply committed to the safety, security, and well-being of every young person in our care. These isolated incidents are unacceptable and are taken very seriously by our agency." That was the end of that story. Okay, that was it. I think, and this is just my opinion, I think it's significant that 5 teens were involved in this incident. That resulted in this girl having her jaw broken. Absolutely. So let me tell you what the national story said. Okay. So it says a transgender girl housed in a male unit of Washington, D.C.'s juvenile detention center has been hospitalized after sustaining multiple injuries, including a broken jaw. The girl, whose age was not disclosed, was one of 2 residents in the city's youth services center to be hospitalized on July 7th following violent incidents at the facility. And there, Ternesha Fish, who's the interim chief of staff at the city's Department of Youth Rehabilitation and Services, confirmed on Tuesday. So that was yesterday. The 2 incidents were isolated. And they've launched a full review. Now, here's what it says. Oh, thanks, Cindy, for gifting Emmy she's housed in the male unit. Correct. So, there have been 5 teens that have been charged with violations related to the assault of the trans resident. Again, they said it was unacceptable, taken very seriously. And it says, quote, "We appreciate our staff for their quick actions in de-escalating the situations. These incidents do not reflect the values or standard of care we aim to uphold." I immediately go, how quick did they act? If she had multiple injuries, including a broken jaw, I just am wondering, but I don't know. Right. And here's my thing. I would want to know if I'm the parent, I want to know, are there cameras? Are there videos? I want footage. I want names of staff members. I'm all of those things, right? And then it says, according to a copy of the department's LGBTQ policy, which was shared with NBC News, a classification committee decides on housing assignments for all youth residents and takes into consideration information shared during intake and a healthcare provider's recommendation, quote, that may indicate a need for a particular housing situation, end quote. Quote, all classification and housing decisions at the facilities, at their secure facilities, shall be based on youth's individualized needs, prioritizing the youth's physical and emotional well-being, end quote. That's what the policy reads. Transgender and intersex youth, quote unquote, shall not automatically be housed according to their sex assigned at birth, according to the policy. The policy, which has been in place since 2012, also states that staff should take the residents' perception of where they will be, quote unquote, most secure into account. All residents also have the opportunity to request a re-examination of placement, quote, if they feel unsafe in their current housing, end quote. So that's what it is. So yeah, they obviously, something fell apart. And so I think sometimes what happens is they love to share a policy, right? Just because it is a written policy doesn't mean that it's a practice policy. I can't say whether it is a practice policy or not. What I know is that apparently that written policy did not protect this trans girl, and she ended up with a broken jaw and being hospitalized as well, right? So that's not cool, not okay. Okay, so give me a second, folks. There's a couple of folks that have requested up. So when I bring you up, please put yourself on mute until I get to you, please. Pretty, please. Oops, not that. Yeah, I know, Brad. I talked about her just a minute ago, and we're going to get to the DOJ here in just a second. So Mr. Do It My Way. Good evening. How are you? Mr. Do It. Going once. Going twice.
Did you mean am I?
Nope. There's a guy down here first.
I apologize.
That's okay. Hey, Alice, did you mean to request up? I sent you an invitation to unmute, Alice. Nope. Okay, I got you. I'll take you down. All right, MI, now it is your turn. Good evening.
A little personal background of the juvenile system and then juvenile prison. It's lawless. It's basically gladiator school. I unfortunately, as a 16-year-old, spent 14 months there. They absolutely should have put that child in some sort of protective custody. Number one, because they know that it's automatically an issue. Bad things are going to happen, first and foremost. Second of all, they absolutely love the culture in the juvenile system. They watch the fights. You know what I'm saying? You can't try to get them in trouble because, you know what I'm saying, they're the authority. So if you do that, then you get affected by it. It's a crazy system. And everybody that's in that situation is basically under the thought process that they're going to get out anyways because they're juveniles. So whatever consequences you do have are basically, I mean, they're moot. Nobody cares. You know what I'm saying? You're still going to get out eventually. That's the thought process.
Yeah.
That's another system that needs a 100% overhaul.
Yeah, I think I don't know that I agree with quote unquote like a protective custody. I do think that because again that's just another like alienation, almost like a punishment, and I don't know that that fits either. Um, for me, things that I would want to know about this particular case is where did she feel more safe, more at home, and why was she why was she housed in a male unit? That's the question that I would be
totally
asking.
get that, but in that culture, I'm not arguing with you either. In that culture, they knew it was a bad situation for her to be in there with males. You know what I'm saying? Based on how she identifies, they knew it was going to cause problems. They knew that the outcome was going to be the outcome. I think they probably encouraged it based on the current temperature of this country and the current administration. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to do something. If you're saying that she is a male, then protective custody is her only safe means of getting through.
I don't agree with that. I will tell you this, like I know kids. So a lot of the rhetoric that I hear around trans kids is coming from adults, not from a lot of the other kids, right? Are there some kids that it's an issue for? Sure.
So are we talking about the schools? Because my children 100% don't care about trans people. But if you're dealing with people that are incarcerated, awaiting juvenile prison or trial for crimes, whatever it is, the perception and their thought process is different than those of the normal kids that are going to school and hang out with friends. They live differently. You see what I'm saying?
I mean, I think that's a lot of generalization. I'm aware of the issues that happen within the systems. I used to be a CASA representative. I used to do a lot with kids that went to Job Corps and different things like that. I just think it's a lot of generalizations, and the reason why I'm saying this is what I don't want to do is make assumptions about it, because I don't know. And so here's the thing. I don't like the idea. Well, there's a couple things that I don't like the idea of. I don't like the idea that kids that are LGBTQ plus, including trans children, need to be placed in protective custody, because isolation and seclusion is more punishment, right? We do solitary confinement as a form of punishment, which, by the way, we can't do that for minors anymore because of Khalif Browder, right? Obama did that. Second, I think, like even folks who believe themselves to be allies, even they have other language that they don't even realize. So, like, I just heard you say, and with normal kids, trans kids are normal kids. They may not be common, right?
I was referring to the mentality of convicts as opposed to normal kids that go to school.
But so I don't agree with labeling kids as like convicts. They're still kids, and they are still kids without a fully developed frontal lobe. They are still youth. Most likely, they are, if they have reached this stage of this everything has failed them, right? CPS has failed them. Teachers have failed them. Their family has failed them. By the time they get to this stage of the game, I just don't think that we should say, oh, well, they're just convicts and criminals at this point, and they're just not normal. I think that whatever situation they're growing up in, that's not the norm. That's not the common home. That's not the common home life, because kids just don't typically end up in that type of situation or in that environment without having external factors and things that lent them to being that way,
Yeah, I guess me personally, I'm an anomaly. I was there by my own choice for bad decisions that I knew were bad decisions, and that was the environment that I spent 14 months in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but here's the thing. So you knew they were bad decisions, but you made them. Why? Where was your home structure, your support system, your school system, what was your environment?
So school was boring. My father was a religious studies, ethics, theology professor. Adopted twin brother, two sisters, all biracial. I don't know. Life was boring, so
I don't believe life was boring. I don't believe
That's honestly how I feel.
I don't believe life was boring. Like, I listen to how you choose to describe things. And I think it's easy to say life is boring as a way to not dig in deeper and really investigate what was going on at the time that made you choose those choices. It is very rare that people choose bad choices that lead to 14 months imprisonment just out of boredom. Like, I'm just saying. So, like, whatever it is, I would offer that, and I don't know you from a hill of beans, but what I would offer is that there's something else there, and just saying bored gives you just an out. It just gives you an out. You don't have to actually investigate how you felt in that household. You don't have to investigate what your relationship felt like with your father and why it was what it was and how did you feel towards him, or even the siblings. Like I noticed just even the way that you chose to describe him. I also noticed you didn't mention a mom, right? So
You're very perceptive. Okay, so being adopted, I felt like, my father was incredible. He just passed like 2 months ago. Amazing. White dude, marched with Martin Luther King at 19. Just a great guy. Loved us to no end. Superman for real. My adopted mother, she bailed on me and my brother.
mhm.
So there are issues there. I guess there's some trauma involved with being adopted, but I don't like to really speak on that.
Right, I know, because bored just makes it easier.
Yeah.
Yeah, because then you don't have to do any work.
The work's been done, but it's I don't know. Everybody has trauma, so I don't.
Everybody does, and I definitely. Here's what I
You
will.
get what I'm saying, though?
I do 100%. Here's what I would say is that just by the way that you described it, I would just say,
Diminishing. I got you.
and you could dig in a little bit. And see whatever is left. Because here's what I know is that when we are doing the work and we are healing trauma, that first level of dealing with it and handling with it and all of that, once you clean that up, right? Over time, you'll notice, oh shit, I didn't get that little dust bubble over there in the corner. And oh, I didn't even know that was a thing that was over there. Look how that's still over here. Yeah. And so I'm just saying, so there's just, what I would say is healing for me, I think, especially when it comes to trauma and things like that, is a journey. And I think sometimes we think that emotional healing is supposed to be a one and done. But the thing to remember is that it's just like a broken bone. Just because it's healed don't mean it don't hurt. And there's always an opportunity to go back and kind of do a little bit more work on it. So I hear you. I just don't think that you were a bad kid who out of boredom chose to get locked up for 14 months. I think.
Kid, let's just put it that way. But,
yeah, that's better.
My experience in Department of Youth Services was that of violence, and I mean, it's literally what you think it would be.
Yeah.
A bunch of kids that because juvenile system I guess it's not always like gladiator school, but once you get past the help that you could get and end up in a juvenile prison, it's a completely different animal.
You know what? Here's what I think. And so you just, right before you said that, you were like, okay, well, I was an angry kid. Let's say that. So here's what I think about. I think that if you put 50 angry children who feel abandoned, who feel neglected, who feel whatever, right? And you put them in that same space that is not meant for rehabilitation, who they don't even have the frontal lobe development for real to even do the work, right? And if they don't have somebody there helping them do it, you're going to get a little gladiator school because they literally don't know any other way to express themselves. They don't have any tools. They don't know, you know what I mean? And so,
absolutely.
So I think, it's one of the reasons why People always talk about like the systems are broken. I don't believe they are. I believe that our systems are designed to work exactly like they are.
It's a system.
Yeah, it's a system for a reason, right? Exactly, Cheryl. Behavior is communication. And so when you remember that, and when you remember that when somebody is angry, when somebody is shouting, when somebody is whatever, that is them communicating. And it's just, okay, well, what are they trying to communicate?
Right.
What, baby? What? Your phone died? Well, girl, what? Oh, here, a sip. So anyway, yeah, so I would just offer you that. And then did you get it? Because I had it. Oh, hey mama. Sorry, y'all. The owner of VI just paid $600,000 in back taxes for the property. I'm from back home, and my mama's watching on Facebook, and I had to tell her the little notification.
Hey, I'm gonna hop out and listen.
Yeah.
I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Wise words.
Yeah, you're
I
welcome.
to follow.
You're welcome back anytime. Appreciate you.
All right, appreciate you.
Yeah. What's up, Jen the vet? How are you?
Danny, how are you?
I'm as good as can be.
So I kind of wanted to talk about the correctional funding only because I work as a correctional sergeant in a facility.
Mhm.
There is federal law, and I believe it was under Obama. It's an acronym called PREA. I don't want to say it out loud because there's so many words in there. But part of that law requires facilities to, like they said, they have a committee that looks at all kinds of different stuff when somebody comes into the facility. I implemented it at the place that I worked at, and it's a long, cumbersome law that you have to go through. But if you use the tools that they put in there correctly, this kind of stuff does not happen. And when someone says like put them in protective custody, that is a last resort because that is mentally like the worst thing you can do to somebody who in there for one thing and now you're punishing them for existing.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I would love to see what kind of tools that they use at that facility to figure out where the best place to house her was.
Yep, and that's exactly what I said. I think that those are really, really hard questions. And here's what I hope. What I hope is that there's someone that this girl, I hope there's someone in her family that will hold them accountable and push for those answers to those questions in order for them to fix it.
Yeah, because just because someone is trans does not mean you can't house them with. She could have been housed with other females.
Right.
Depending on like they have like different scores for like prior convictions and current charges. There's a whole list of things that goes into it. And then you have to look at the people that are in that housing unit and make sure that they're not going to hurt somebody. But I mean, like I said, if they use the tools properly, it's not that hard to keep people safe. I mean, the place I worked, we were super small and we were able to effectively do it. And there are coordinators for that program that go out and audit facilities to make sure they are complying with federal law.
Yeah. So I my hope is that somebody is doing what needs to be done to hold these folks accountable. But yeah, appreciate you chiming in. Thank you, Jen. All right, let's see what else. You guys give me 1 second. Good evening, Prince.
Good evening.
Hey.
How can I help you?
How old are you, Prince?
I'm not going to share my age, but I'm happy to answer your question.
Okay, that was quick, wasn't it? I'm not talking to AI. Okay, good evening, Jerry Frost. Good evening, Vanessa. Do you see how quick I was like, ching, done, right? Very weird. All right, so so we've talked about the thing in the middle. I now want to talk about the thing at the end, at the bottom of the screen, which is The Hague. Did you all hear that a group at The Hague plans to hold Israel accountable? So I want to give you all a little bit of information about stuff that happened in Israel, and then we're going to the DOJ after this. All right. So hang in there with me, because, you know, like usual, I have quite a bit of stuff for y'all today. All right. So, oh yeah, we'll talk. We got to talk on a couple of these as well. Shit, I put up like 3 things over here. Okay, so check this out. So there's a Bogota summit that is taking place right now. Hey, Patty, and the Hague group is there. So there's a group of 12 countries from across the world that have committed to barring transfers of weaponry to Israel, among other steps. So let me share the information with you all. So a coalition of countries has announced at a meeting in the Colombian capital of Bogota, whatever it is. What's up, Macaroni? Hey, Sue. They will pursue accountability for Israel abuses in Gaza, including by preventing the transfer of weapons to Israel. The 2-day meeting concluded Bogota Melgray. I feel like I know how to say this word, but Bogota. Okay, listen, we just know what it is, right? we know what I'm talking about. I don't know why my brain is like, girl, you can't say this word today. But anyway, so the 2-day meeting concluded today with 24 countries. Golly. Okay, so wait. Okay, I need for them to tell me the deal, because up top it says a group of 12 countries, but then it says 24 countries, and 24 is 24. I can do math. Okay, but then they list them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's well, shit, that's 13. Hold on. Sorry, y'all. I'm like, hold on. A group of 12 countries from across the world has committed. And then down here it says 24 countries agreed to 6 measures. I'm like, I need y'all to pick a number. Oh, hi, Mila. What is that? You got my ring, girl. Give it up. Thank you very much. Okay, maybe a baker's dozen. I'm cracking up at y'all because it really is 13. Look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. It literally is a baker's dozen. Love that. So not 24, not a regular dozen, but a baker's dozen. All right. Let me tell you how you know Mila is guilty. Because all Bella did was walk over and tap my arm, and Mila goes, I ain't doing anything. Girl. Mila, listen, look at me real quick. If you hit your sister, you're going in timeout. Okay? So don't hit. That's your one warning, okay? Hey, did you hear me? No, I'm not playing. Look at me so you know I'm serious. Look at me so you know I'm serious. Okay. Right. All right. So let me finish telling you all the deal, because I think this is kind of significant. So here's what happened. So these they have agreed to 6 measures, right? So Bolivia, Colombia, Cuba, Indonesia, Iraq, Libya, Malaysia, Namibia, Nicaragua, Oman, St. Vincent, the Grenadines, and South Africa. So all of them agreed, and it was the Hague group that organized the summit. And they said, quote, we believe in protagonism, not supplication. Today marks an end to the era of the impunity and the beginning of a collective state action by governments of conscience, end quote. Founded in January, the Hague group seeks to bring countries from, quote unquote, the global south, which is loosely defined region of developing economies, to pressure Israel to end its war on Gaza and the occupation of the Palestinian territories. Among the steps announced by the group are the denial of arms to Israel, a ban on ships transporting such arms. Yep, thank you very much. Give me 1 second. Dominic Bud, can you shut the blinds? Thank you. So what did I just say? So the denial of arms to Israel, a ban on ships that are transporting such arms, and a review of public contracts for possible links to companies that benefit from the Israeli occupation. That third one is the one that I think has the most teeth. And I don't know if you all would agree with me or not, but it's the money for me, right? It's the money for me. And so when they say that they are going to make a review of public contracts for possible links to companies that benefit from the Israeli occupation, that means anywhere. What, baby? I don't care. The 6 measures also included support for quote unquote universal Mila, stop screaming. I love that they're laughing today, but good God. The 6 measures also included support for quote unquote universal jurisdiction mandates, which would allow states or international bodies to prosecute serious international crimes regardless of where they took place. The delegates here, quote, the delegates here that have been discussing these measures for 2 days are calling it the most ambitious multilateral plan since the beginning of Israel's war on Gaza 21 months ago. Wow. Holy crap. What is it? Why are y'all acting crazy?
Mila wants to go, and I'm just like, we can both go.
Listen, Mila, get your snack and get out the cabinet. Get out the pantry. So this will be interesting, I think, to see what happens. Mila, don't fake cry. Bella, get your snack and get out the pantry. Good Lord. I knew I needed to go live tonight because I didn't go live at all yesterday. And y'all know how TikTok gets when you don't go live every day. Give me 1 second. If I speak to you again, there's going to be a problem. Mila and
Hit me.
Mila.
No,
We were just getting along, Sharon. Yes, we were. Hold on 1 minute, y'all. So see, now you've been messed up. Because I'm getting up.
Should we do the Jeopardy music in the background while we're waiting? Kids be kids. I love listening to Danny's life because it always reminds me of when I was in a preschool teacher for years and teaching the class and all the kids in the background everywhere. That's amazing stuff. Also, I'm moving away from my husband who's online playing video games with people. You probably heard him in the background. But anyway, while everybody's here, make sure that you're hitting the heart at the top to give your daily heart me. And once you hit that again, you can go collect the points for that. Also, for any of the gifting that you do, she's got the goal at the top. It looks like it's the goat. Make sure you share it live so all this information that Danny is sharing with us gets out to everyone. We can get more people in here listening in. You share live by the arrow at the bottom right-hand corner. And it looks like Danny's back.
I am back. Thank you, Cheryl. Listen, folks, I'm adding a link to the link tree that I wanted to wait until I was live to add because here's what I'm going to do. Instead of trying to, because I know TikTok has been very funny when people have been talking about the E issue in terms of files and lists, right? And how many of you all have heard of Fire and Fury? Has anybody heard of Fire and Fury, whether it's the podcast or the book? And Mama, you don't count because I gave you a link to part of the podcast and I've got the book today. Lisa, you have? No? Okay. No, yes, yes, no. All right. So the book, yes. Okay. So there's also a podcast called Fire and Fury. Okay. So Michael Wolff is a reporter. Yes, I'm okay. Thank you. Is an investigative journalist. Wolff. Yep. With 2 F's, I believe. Michael Wolff. And he interviewed Jeffrey Epstein. Before he was arrested in 2019. Okay. He has over 100 hours of tape with Jeffrey talking to him about a lot of people. Yeah, that's why I said Jeffrey. Right. And so he wrote this book called Fire and Fury. Yeah. Dominic, can you pour Mila some juice, please? And he wrote this book sharing some of the things that Jeffrey shared with him. But the link that I just put into my link tree is episode 22 of the Fire and Fury podcast. I cannot read the transcript on TikTok to even tell you everything that's there. Like, I can't even do that for you. What I can tell you is that the one thing, stop, Mila. That's how you almost fell yesterday. What?
I don't see any juice.
What, Dominic? There's 2 up there. Can you reach it? Good. Okay, you got it. All right. So listen, one thing, yes, it's in the link. Yes, the videos are extremely intense. The book is Fire and Fury. There's a podcast. What I would recommend to you is there's lots of places that it is tea. It is. There are lots of places where you can go and listen to him discuss this. There's an article where he even let like the Daily Beast listen to some of the tapes. There are certain things that he won't even tell you or acknowledge in the tapes, but other things he does. I think for me, it was summed up with this one quote that he attributed to Jeffrey. And I want you to remember who Jeffrey is when we talk about this one quote and what Jeffrey had to say about the Don. Oh, thanks, Jess. I appreciate that. You and Katie. So here's what he said. He said that the Don, quote unquote, has no scruples. Now I want you to remember, who is the man that's saying this? Who is the man that is saying this? For Jeffrey to say about another human being, he has no scruples. That to me is like, oh shit. Right? Because we know Jeffrey don't have no scruples. But the things that he says in this podcast episode and some of the others are very enlightening. And one of the other things that I thought was very interesting about this is that there's a conversation that takes place, and Jeffrey tells him that after Steve Bannon gets kicked out of the White House in the first administration, that Steve Bannon tells Jeffrey that he was actually the only person that he was scared of in 2016. He was the only person because of what he knew and how long he'd been friends with that person, which I find to be interesting. But I'll tell you what is really interesting is this guy, Michael Wolff, has over 100 hours of conversation with him and Jeffrey. There are some things he, oh, thanks, Jesse. I got you. Steve Bannon said he was scared of Jeffrey in 2016. Here's what I think is interesting is, you know, that this book is the book. Fire and Fury is the book that the Don tried to keep from coming out. Y'all do remember that, right? In 2018, He literally filed a cease and desist. He lost trying to keep, it's episode 22, but he lost trying to keep this book from coming out. By the way, if you buy the hardcover, it's only $5.98 if you buy the book in the hardcover. I know. I got it from my mama today. But here's the thing that interests me about this. So he interviewed, thank you, Carla. He interviewed him in like 2016, 2017, 2016-ish, right? Here's what's crazy. I want you all to think about this timeline. I want you to think about the time that he interviewed him. And so now you have Michael Wolff saying where he got the information for his book. The book comes out in 2018, and in 2019 is when Jeffrey is arrested. Anybody following my thought process right here? I'm interviewed in 2016 and 2017. I'm telling things while I'm being interviewed. I stop and I bring out pictures of people, and I show those pictures to the journalist who's going to write the book. And the picture is the pictures are those people, da 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 da, whatever, right? And then everybody finds out in 2017 that these interviews are happening and this book is going to take place. The book is going to come out in 2018. The Don tries to stop the book from coming out. He fails at that. And then you turn around in 2019 and Jeffrey gets arrested. Yap, yappity yapping. Yap, yappity yapping. So, those are the things that that I wanted to tell you about Jeffrey. I am not going to speculate about who did what and what we don't know, because I'm just going to tell you this. I don't need for him to be on a list, because I believe the 27 other women and young women that have already accused him, right? I don't need him to be on a list for me to know who he is. He's already shown me who he is. So I don't need a list or whatever. I just don't. Because here's what I know. When it's your boy, I ain't even got to be on a list, because that's my boy. Y'all know what I'm saying? You picking up what I'm putting down? Yeah. Yes. Katie Johnson's interview. There's a lot of them out there, right? Now, just saying. If you've never watched Valerie Guthrie's, and it's so sad that she unalived herself after getting married and having children and all the things, you know what I mean? But she went through a lot, telling the truth and shaming the devils, plural, right? If you haven't watched her documentary, I recommend you do. She was the undoing of Prince Andrew, because she had her picture with him. So I just recommend that you all look there. Okay. What was the name again? The book and the podcast. Yeah, that's the young lady in Australia. Fire and Fury is the name of the book. Fire and Fury. The podcast, I put the link to this episode in my link tree. It's episode 22. There are other episodes as well, but this is the one that I was listening to earlier today. Now, here's the only thing that I am going to say about, yeah, she did. And she shows it to you, Renee, in the documentary. So the only thing that I want to do is I want to read two statements from the Department of Justice. And I'm sure you guys are aware of these statements, but I think sometimes it's more powerful when we hear them back to back. together in the same context, in the same conversation. You know what I mean? Sometimes. Yeah, that's her name. That's her name, Gio. It's Virginia Guffrey. Yep, you got it. All right, so I'm going to read two different statements. These are public statements that you can find on the Department of Justice's website. Okay, that's where I printed them off from. They are also linked in the link tree. I believe I put them in there already. Okay, I lied. I will put them in there as soon as I'm done. I thought I did. And then probably something distracted me. But okay, are you guys ready? I did. So Nene, here's my thing. I don't care what he says. I'm pretty sure. So all he's trying to do. So listen, if he says that she should release the files, that's because he knows that whatever she releases won't be anything that he's got to worry about. Like at this point, do y'all not remember Mark Meadows coming home every day after work smelling like ash because he was burning shit in the fireplace in his office? Do y'all remember that? When his wife said, "What you doing?" Because there's a burn box at work where you're supposed to burn all the documents. And Mark's ass was coming home in suits every day, smelling like he been outside burning them leaves in the yard. I'm just saying, at this stage of the game. But I want to read these two documents, and then I'm going to give you a couple of names. Okay, you ready? Right, Stacey D? By the way, my flight is booked, Stacey. I'll send you a text. All right, so here we go. All right, so Thursday, February 27th, 2025. This is from the Office of Public Affairs. Attorney General Pamela Bondi releases the first phase of declassified files. For immediate release, Office of Public Affairs. Today, Attorney General Pamela Bondi, in conjunction with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, declassified and publicly released files related to convicted offender J.E. and his sexual exploitation of over 250 minors at his homes in New York and Florida, among other locations. The first phase of declassified files largely contains documents that have been previously leaked but never released in a formal capacity by the U.S. government. So again, you guys, I'm reading from the DOJ's website. This is Pamela Bondi's public release statement, okay? Quote, "This Department of Justice is following through on President Trump's commitment to transparency and lifting the veil on the disgusting actions of J.E. and his co-conspirators," said Attorney General Pamela Bondi. Quote, "The first phase of files released today sheds light on E's extensive network and begins to provide the public with long overdue accountability," end quote. Quote, "The FBI is entering a new era, one that will be defined by integrity, accountability, and the unwavering pursuit of justice," end quote. And that is what that quote was from Kash Patel, FBI Director Kash Patel. He goes on to say, quote, "There will be no cover-ups, no missing documents, and no stone left unturned. And anyone from the prior or current Bureau who undermines this will be swiftly pursued. If there are gaps, we will find them. If records have been hidden, we will uncover them. And we will bring everything we find to the DOJ to be fully assessed and transparently disseminated to the American people as it should be. The oath we take is to the Constitution, and under my leadership, that promise will be upheld without compromise," end quote. Attorney General Bondi requested the full and complete files related to J.E., and in response, the department received approximately 200 pages of documents. However, the Attorney General was later informed of thousands of pages of documents related to the investigation and indictment of E that were not previously disclosed. The Attorney General has requested the FBI deliver the remaining documents to the department by 8 a.m. on February 28th and has tasked FBI Director Kash Patel with investigating why the request for all documents was not followed. The department remains committed to transparency and intends to release the remaining documents upon review and redaction to protect the identities of the victims. Now, there are links below this that you can read, right? But here is the letter that she wrote to Kash Patel. So this at the top, you can see it is from the Office of the Attorney General, right? You all see that? Office of Attorney General. And this is dated February 27th, 2025. Dear Director Patel, before you came into office, I requested the full and complete files related to JE. In response to this request, I received approximately 200 pages of documents, which consisted primarily of flight logs, E's list of contacts, and a list of victims' names and phone numbers. I repeatedly questioned whether this was the full set of documents responsive to my request and was repeatedly assured by the FBI that we had received the full set of documents. Late yesterday, I learned from a source that the FBI field office in New York was in possession of thousands of pages of documents related to the investigation and indictment of E. Despite my repeated requests, the FBI never disclosed the existence of these files. When I spoke with you yesterday, you were just as surprised as I was to learn this new information. Again, I am reading Pamela Bondi's letter on February 27th, 2025. By 8 a.m. tomorrow, February 28th, the FBI will deliver the full and complete e-files to my office, including all records, documents, audio, and video recordings and materials related to JE and his clients, regardless of how such information was obtained. There will be no withholdings or limitations to my or your access. The Department of Justice will ensure that any public disclosure of these files will be done in a manner to protect the privacy of victims and in accordance with law, as I have done my entire career as a prosecutor. She goes on to say, quote, I am also directing you to conduct an immediate investigation into why my order to the FBI was not followed. You will deliver to me a comprehensive report of your findings and proposed personnel action within 14 days. I appreciate your immediate attention to this matter. I know that we are both committed to transparency for the American people, and I look forward to continuing to work with you to serve our president and country. Let me tell you what I think about this. The part of it that I go is when she says, when you and I spoke yesterday, you were just as surprised as I was to learn this new information. Why is that included in here? Would you normally say that to someone? No, you wouldn't. I think that's just there for a little bit of CYA. I think exactly. That's what I think. Now, what I want to read to you is what the U.S. Department of Justice, FBI, posted today or yesterday. I can't remember, y'all, which day. But you can also find this on the Department of Justice website. Okay, you ready? Here's what it says. Quote, as part of our commitment to transparency, the Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Investigation have conducted an exhaustive review of investigative holdings related to JE. To ensure that the review was thorough, the FBI conducted digital searches of its databases, hard drives, and network drives, as well as physical searches of squad areas, locked cabinets, desks, drives, desks, closets, and other areas where responsive material may have been stored. I wonder if they checked beside the toilets. You know, that was a place in Mar-a-Lago where they stored documents. Sorry, y'all. These searches uncovered a significant amount of material, including more than 300 gigabytes of data and physical evidence. The files relating to E included a large volume of images of E, images and videos of victims who are either minors or appear to be minors, and this is from the FBI today, this is their release, right? and over 10,000 downloaded videos and images of illegal child essay material and other corn stuff. Teams of agents, analysts, attorneys, and privacy and civil liberties experts combed through the digital and documentary evidence with the aim of providing as much information as possible to the public while simultaneously protecting victims. Quote, much of the material is subject to court-ordered sealing. Only a fraction of this material would have been aired publicly had E gone to trial, as the seal served only to protect victims and did not expose any additional third parties to allegations of illegal wrongdoing. Through this review, we found no basis to revisit the disclosure of those materials and will not permit the release of child stuff. Quote, the systematic review revealed no incriminating quote unquote list. There was also no credible evidence found that E blackmailed prominent individuals as part of his actions. We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. Consistent with prior disclosures, this review confirmed that E harmed over 1,000 victims. Each suffered unique trauma. Sensitive information relating to these victims is intertwined throughout the materials. This includes specific details such as victim names and likeness, physical descriptions, places of birth, associates, and employment history. One of our highest priorities is combating child and bringing justice to victims. Perpetuating unfounded theories about E serves neither of those ends. Yeah, 1,000 victims. And it said over 1,000. Over 1,000 is what it said. To that end, while we have labored to provide the public with maximum information regarding E and ensured examination of any evidence in the government's possession, it is the determination of the DOJ and the FBI that no further disclosure would be appropriate or warranted. After a thorough investigation, FBI investigators concluded that J.E. committed unalived himself in his cell at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in New York City on August 10th, 2019. This conclusion is consistent with previous findings, including the August 19th, 2019, blah, 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 blah. We don't care about that. The conclusion that E unalived himself is further supported by video footage from the common area of the SHU where E was housed at the time of his unaliving. So there are links with this document, right? I want you to remember that in this first document over here from February 27th of 2025, do you remember what Pamela Bondi said on that date? She said, hold on a second. Yes, honey?
My phone not plugged up.
It's not?
And put the feet on my charger.
Oh, did she put her feet on your charger and it unplugged it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Well, did she fix it? Bella, did you fix it for her?
No, she died.
Bella, can you fix her charger for her, please?
Yes, and then I forgot. I think she was fine, and I was like, okay.
Okay. You would just have to remind Sissy because she forgets sometimes, okay? She didn't do it on purpose. All right. So I just want to bring your attention to the second paragraph, February 27th of 2025. Well, she was one of the prosecutors, Vanessa. Yeah, her name is Maureen Comey. She's James Comey's daughter and one of the prosecutors from his case. And also she was one of the prosecutors for the Diddy case. But I just want to draw your attention to the second sentence in this document. Okay. So this is the document that I'm referencing. It is from February 27th, 2025. First paragraph, second sentence. And here's what she says. In response to this request, this was her request for the full and complete files related to JE, right? She says, quote, in response to this request, yes, Cheryl, I thought I put these in there. I'll put them in here in just a second. I still have them pulled up. In response to this request, I want you to listen to the past tense and the descriptions. In response to this request, I received approximately 200 pages of documents, which consisted primarily of flight logs, E's list of contacts, and a list of victims' names and phone numbers. I don't, why aren't she had the contacts right here. She said she had them. And she literally said they will deliver the rest of it related to JE and his clients. That's what she said. And then in what they produced today, she said that it was over 1,000 victims. So remember, the podcast is Fire and Fury. The book is Fire and Fury. If you really want some enlightening information, listen to the podcast. I can't even play it on here because of what they talk about. Like I can't even play it for y'all. Listen, I sent it to my mom this morning after I listened to it the first time. And she said, well, that's something to put on your stomach before you even eat breakfast in the morning. And I was like, sorry, but I just thought I would let you know. Yeah, it is. It is. Quiet, Mimi. Do I even want to? What, baby? I know what you want. You want snuggles, don't you? I'm almost done. Can I play it on Discord? Well, the link for you all to listen to it, the link for you to listen to the podcast episode is in my link tree. It's in my link tree. So you don't need me to play it for you. You can just go to the link tree and click on the link and you got it. Yes, baby. Yeah. Ask Dominic where he put them because he had them last. Okay. Hold on. I'm trying to put these other two documents in here for y'all, and everybody is determined to keep interrupting me. Give me a second, guys. I have over in so many tabs. It's Dom, I thought you had them. I thought you had them earlier, babe. No? Okay, here it is. Okay, so here is and just so that you all know, in the 2027 press release, there are links under there for you to click and look through things. A lot of it was redacted and whatever when it came out, but I'm just letting you know. So that's in there. And then let me give you this last one. I don't care. Did you get the things for your sister? They were right over there, honey. Please. Okay. Well, I need y'all to do more. And listen, there are 2 links at the bottom of this, the statement that came out today, that have video in them. But so those are the new 2 links that are up there in the link tree. Let me make sure that it's going to give you. Okay, so let me put out what it is. This is going to be July 2025, DOJ. Okay. All right. So all of it is in the link tree for you now. You're good to go. So things that we have talked about so far, I just want to give a recap for people. Okay. So number 1, we had somebody come up on the panel whose name is Bam, who is an unhoused veteran. And there is a veterans housing program that is going to suffer significant cuts if the Appropriations Committee tomorrow approves the proposed budget that they have for THUD, which is the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Office. It would slash HUD. It would slash it by 44%, which would just devastate our programs for those people that are unhoused. So tomorrow, I have put the links to the subcommittee's number in there and to the Appropriations Committee. It is there. Make sure that you are contacting your representatives tomorrow, that you are contacting the subcommittee tomorrow, the Appropriations Committee, and letting them know that 44% is absolutely asinine to try to cut from our transportation, housing, and urban development programs. Okay. So that's number 1. Number 2, we talked briefly about a trans girl in a Washington, D.C. youth juvenile detention center. She was assaulted in the last week and ended up with lots of injuries. She is hospitalized with a broken jaw. 5 other teens in that unit have been charged with new violations because of that assault. We don't know right now, like, who made the determination to house her in the male unit, but that's where she was housed. So there are questions about their policy. There's questions about, what happened. We do know that this facility is overcrowded. They had 17 more kids in there than they were supposed to. Gravel, I am not for sure, to be frank. I don't know. But what I did do is give the telephone number for the chair of the subcommittee for THUD, the telephone number, and it's really, as soon as you click that sub link, the telephone number for the chair is right there. Okay. And then 3rd, we talked about this summit that is currently taking place in the capital of Colombia, and the fact that there are a baker's dozen, 13 different countries that have gotten together at this 2-day summit, and they have announced their plans. They're called the Hague Group, right? And they have announced their plans to hold Israel accountable for their attacks on Palestine. That includes, the video, Tara, love, is in the link that I gave you. What I think it's going, it's there, Tara. What was I saying just now, y'all? This is what I get. So here's what these folks are saying. They have agreed, number 1, to not give Israel any arms at all. They have also agreed to, hold on, let me find this one part. Here it is. They are going to deny arms to Israel. They are going to ban ships transporting arms and review public contracts for possible links to companies that benefit from the Israeli occupation. The 6 measures also include support for, quote unquote, a universal jurisdiction mandates, which would allow states or international bodies to prosecute serious international crimes, regardless of where they take place. That's super important as they try to apply pressure and get Israel out of Palestinian territories, including Gaza and the West Bank, right? So we also talked about that. Next, we talked a little bit about the DOJ, right? We talked a little bit about the DOJ with concern to the e-files. Hey, cuz, how are you? But I want to talk about, thank you, Brandy. I want to talk about a problem. We have a problem with the DOJ. Can you all name for me 3 attorneys that have either, wait, yeah, no. Can you name for me? Yeah, I know, Colleen, but this is not the Hague. This is the Hague group, you guys. Don't get them confused because they're not the same thing. Who can name for me 3 attorneys in the DOJ that have been fired within this administration for not either granting a wish or following an order? Anybody know? Give me the 3. Who are they, y'all? Yep, Maureen Comey. Maureen Comey. Who are the other ones? What's his name? Nope. Not Barr. All you guys keep calling him is whistleblower. His name is Erez Ruveni. Erez Ruveni is the whistleblower, right? And then Liz Oyer. You guys remember Liz Oyer. She is the former pardon attorney at the DOJ. If you are not following Liz Oyer on TikTok and her socials, I highly recommend you do. The information that she shares about the people who have been pardoned by the Trump administration is just astounding. She was the first. So Oyer, Oyer, Liz Oyer. Liz, yeah, Liz. She is the former. She is the former pardon attorney at the DOJ, Oyer. The whistleblower is Erez, Erez, and then the last name is Ruveni, Reubenia. You might want to stop trying to fake cry for me. Okay? Seriously. Okay, well, it's okay. Okay, now let me tell you, does anybody remember why Liz Oyer was fired from the Department of Justice? Does anybody remember why? She is tired, Carla. She is. She is. I'm just trying because I didn't go live at all, Carla, yesterday. Yeah, she working real hard. She is working real hard trying to get a cry out. But let me just say this. One of my things is, like, don't be cutting a rug every time I'm live and working. Like, come on, please. Like, for real, especially when it's the fake cry for me. That's nope, not with Ukraine. So she would not give. That's exactly right. So you all might remember that Mel Gibson was convicted in a domestic, a DV episode, right? And with that conviction, he did not get his, he had his pew rights taken away. So in, I believe it was February of this year, she was asked, Liz Oyer at the DOJ was asked to give Mel Gibson his pew rights back. She read the case file and said, no. No, we're not. And the next day she was fired. if you go online and you go to YouTube, you can watch her testimony in front of Congress. So let me just share this with you all. When she was going to testify before Congress, there were people that like with armed marshals that came for her and to deliver a letter warning her not to testify in front of Congress. So they held a shadow hearing instead, and she testified anyway. So you can absolutely go watch her testimony before Congress, and listen to what she had to say about why she got fired, and how it happened. So she was the first. The second we have been talking about a lot. So let me see if I have this one pulled up for me right now. Whew, I have so much. I don't. Okay, so you can go watch it. I'm following her on TikTok. She is brilliant. She is 10 toes down, standing on business, telling the absolute truth. Her name is Liz, Liz Oyer, Oyer. And she was 100%. Let me tell you all, when thank you, Cam, she actually has done a reel on the people that have actually been pardoned by the Trump administration, and then the crimes that they've actually committed either before or after the pardon. And they are everything and more than what Trump says immigrants are. The SAers, the child SAers, all the things. That's the people that he actually did pardon. And she gives you a list of them. Matter of fact, one of the people, because I wrote this joker's name down, he's actually now working. Damn, why can't I find his name right now? I want to say his name is James. Y'all know I have 1,000 things going on. It's not any of those. Y'all, I wrote that boy's name down. I don't know where it is now. I can't remember. But anyway, he's now working in the White House. And he's a horrible person. So she's incredible. So I would say, please go follow her. And then the last one we saw today was Maureen Comey, she was one of the prosecutors in J.E.'s case. She was also a federal prosecutor in the Diddy case. And she is the daughter of James Comey, right? I think the thing that we need to understand is that we have a DOJ problem. And it's not just about like the ethics attorney getting fired too, but it's about, listen to this, you all, it is about 2/3. Yes, Lisa, Jared Wise. That's that joker's name. That's his name, Jared Wise. Yep, that's his name. Whew. Thank you. All right, so listen, let me tell you who Jared Wise is. Oh. Yeah, so Jared Wise was on trial for J6 charges, right? And let me just tell you about, okay. So hold on. I got two things I'm going to pull up. You did a post about him, which, yeah, he's something else. Damn, where is what did I have pulled up so I can find nope, that's that. Is this one it? Nope, that's it. Okay, here we go. So, yeah, guys, don't forget to be contacting the Senate about funding for NPR and for PBS. Senate funding for PBR, funding for I said PBR, Jesus, PBS and NPR. I put them both together. Did you see that? I think your girl's a little tired. PBS and NPR. Okay. Oh, all right. So listen. So you know that they fired the investigators for peanut butter and jelly. You know that they fired the investigators around J6 and all of that stuff. But this guy, Jared Wise, is a former he's a former FBI agent who was part of J6 and allegedly actually called for police to be unalived at the Capitol. His case was dropped in Trump's clemency order, and he now works for the government. So he allegedly shouted, quote unquote, unalive them at law enforcement officers. They have him on video and pictures. He has now been named an advisor or counselor to Ed Martin, the advocate for January 6ers, who was previously acting as U.S. Attorney for Washington, D.C., and is now leading the weaponization working group. We don't really know what his role is right now, but basically like a made up spot for him. But yeah, that's it. Yeah. He's an advisor or counselor to Ed Martin, who is the advocate for January 6ers, who was previously acting as U.S. Attorney for Washington, D.C., and is now leading the weaponization working group. The contours of Wise's role are not clear. Yeah. Yeah. He had been charged with 2 felonies, by the way, and 4 misdemeanors. And he was about to start prosecution. Yep. 2 felonies and 4 misdemeanors. So I will read to you. This is the Thursday, June 1st, 2023. Former FBI supervisory special agent indicted in federal court on felony charges related to U.S. Capitol breach. Here's what it says. A federal grand jury in the District of Columbia returned an indictment today against an Oregon man on charges related to his actions before and during the breach of the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021. His actions and the actions of others disrupted a joint session of the U.S. Congress convened to ascertain and count the electoral votes related to the 2020 presidential election. Hey, Gary, welcome to TikTok from Facebook. So Jared Wise, 49, of Bend, Oregon, was indicted for civil disorder, assaulting, resisting, or impeding certain officers, both felonies, along with 4 misdemeanors, which were contained in the original criminal complaint: knowingly entering or remaining in any restricted building or grounds without lawful authority, engaging in disorderly or disruptive conduct in a restricted building or grounds, uttering loud, threatening, or abusive language, or engaging in disorderly or disruptive conduct in any of the Capitol buildings, parading, demonstrating, or picketing in any of the Capitol buildings. Yeah, the wording was changed to breach. So that's him. He's now been given a position. And he's not a good dude, just so you know. Now, we've talked about several of these attorneys where they don't do They don't follow these illegal orders that they're being given. And the next thing you know, they're either whistleblowers, they're fired, they're telling everything, right? They're just all the things, right? Did you all know, and I'm sure some of you all did, I just read it and I just closed out of it, Helena, so I don't have it again. I dropped it already, but his name is Jared Wise. So listen to this. I just listened to this. So Joseph Terrell, who is the former director of the Departmental Ethics Office, was fired over the weekend by Pamela Bondi again. And then, yeah, it's his name is Jared, Jared. But listen at this. In addition to that, I just want you all to know that 2/3 of our Department of Justice that are supposed to defend Trump's policies in court have quit. Let me say that one more time. 2/3 of the Department of Justice unit that has to defend Trump's policies in court have quit. So listen to this. The U.S. Justice Department unit charged with defending against legal challenges to signature Trump administration policies. Thanks for subscribing, Beth. Such as restricting birthright citizenship, slashing funding to Harvard University, has lost nearly 2/3 of its staff, according to a list that was seen by Reuters. 69 of the roughly 110 lawyers in the federal programs branch have voluntarily left the unit since Donald Trump's election in November or have announced plans to leave, according to the list compiled by former Justice Department lawyers and reviewed by Reuters. The tally has not been previously reported. Using court records and LinkedIn accounts, Reuters was able to verify the departure of all but 4 names on the list. So at best, it's 65 out of 110. Reuters spoke to 4 former lawyers in the unit and 3 other people familiar with the departures who said some staffers had grown demoralized and exhausted defending an onslaught of lawsuits against Trump's administration. Quote, many of these people came to work at federal programs to defend aspects of our constitutional system. How could they participate in the project of tearing it down? End quote. So that was a quote from one of the lawyers who left the unit during Trump's second term. Holy geez. A White House spokesperson, Harrison Fields, said this in the statement to respond. Quote, any sanctimonious career bureaucrat expressing faux outrage over the president's policies while sitting idly by during the rank weaponization by the previous administration has no grounds to stand on. That's their statement. They're fucking idiots. The 7 lawyers that spoke with Reuters cited a punishing workload and the need to defend policies that some felt were not legally justifiable among the key reasons for the wave of departures. I'm reading from The Guardian. Reuters reported it, so did The Guardian. 3 of them said some career lawyers feared they would be pressured to misrepresent facts or legal issues in court, a violation of ethics rules that could lead to professional sanctions. I don't think anybody is surprised after reading the whistleblower document in Ruveni's case that they would be scared of this. They have literally seen this. Yeah, Gary, everybody can request to come up. I think after reading the whistleblower case, it is not hard to imagine that these folks would be concerned about being asked to do things that are a violation of their court orders. We literally have seen several attorneys say, "I'm not doing that." Right? And Robeni, in my opinion so far, has been one of the most vocal, most detailed, and has a ton of damn receipts, which we always love receipts, don't we? No, Gary's not a bot. He comes from over on Facebook. All of the lawyers spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss the internal dynamics and avoid retaliation, right? A Justice Department spokesperson said lawyers in the unit were fighting an quote unquote unprecedented number of lawsuits. And quote, the department has defeated many of these lawsuits all the way up to the Supreme Court and will continue to defend the president's agenda to keep Americans safe. Here's my thing. Here's what I don't like about this. What I don't like is to defend the president's agenda. You're not supposed to be defending an agenda. You're supposed to be defending the Constitution. You're not supposed to be defending the president's agenda. You're supposed to be defending the Constitution. Two-thirds of DOJ unit defending Trump's policies in court have quit. That's the name of the article. The Justice Department did not give a comment about the departures of career lawyers or the morale in the section. Yeah. They're saying this departure is even more than in Trump's first term and in Joe Biden's, but I don't think anybody should be surprised by that. I mean, in Trump's first term, they were all getting ready to leave at the end when they were going to try to stage a coup, you know? They were like, we're going to leave if y'all do this shit. Remember, they wanted to put an agriculture attorney in charge of the DOJ, right? Listen to this, y'all. The exits include at least 10 of the section's 23 supervisors. So they are losing almost half of their supervisors, experienced litigators who in many cases served across presidential administrations, according to two of the lawyers. Wow. They say the Justice Department is hiring to keep pace with staffing levels. This is what concerns me though, y'all. When they leave and they hire other people that are willing to do the bidding, are we really winning? Oh, Lord. This is crazy. So Peter Kessler, who is a Republican, and he led the Justice Department Civil Division under President George W. Bush, said, and I quote, "We've never had an administration pushing the legal envelope so quickly, so aggressively, and across such a broad range of government policies and programs." That's because they didn't have a 900-page playbook ready to be executed. That's crazy. Like, that's why. So the Justice Department leadership has had to bring in 15 political appointees to help defend civil cases, which is an unusually high numbers. So they're saying that the new attorneys, many of whom have a record defending conservative causes, have been more comfortable pressing legal boundaries, according to two former lawyers in the unit. 4 of the lawyers that Reuters spoke with said there was a widespread concern that attorneys would be forced to make arguments that could violate attorney ethics rules or refuse assignments and risk being fired. Those fears grew when Justice Department leadership fired a former supervisor in the Office of Immigration Litigation. Y'all know that's Erez Raveni, a separate civil citizen unit, accusing him of failing to forcefully defend the administration's position in the case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. We already know this. And so we've covered that whistleblower case quite extensively. We can talk about it again tomorrow as well. Yeah, Lisa, I'm jacked. Gary, where are you? Because y'all, Gary talks all the time on Facebook. And I want to give him an opportunity. Which file were you reading? So Garcia whistleblower transcript that gave the blow by blow. So that is the filing. Okay, so on here, I sent you an invitation, Gary. So listen, so the whistleblower complaint was filed June 24th. Okay. And yeah, no, I sent him an invitation. All he has to do is accept the invitation and it'll put him in the box. But then there was a court filing. Are you talking about the blow by blow for him or for Kilmar Abrego Garcia? Because they were parallel. So his complaint, his whistleblower complaint is filed June 24th of 2025. And then the Kilmar Abrego Garcia document that tells everything was filed on July 2nd by his attorney in and we went through both of those. Hey, good evening, Gary. How are you?
Hey, what's up?
Nothing much. What you got? Yeah, I can hear you. What you got?
Nothing much. I've been enjoying your stuff for the last couple of months, whatnot. I'm real. I'm straight up real, not a bot.
Okay.
For some reason, I had problems getting linked to the Facebook account. For some reason, I seen the link, but it wouldn't allow me to go in or whatever for some reason.
I don't know.
I mean, I just got TikTok literally like a few moments ago.
Okay, she can help you.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
I was wanted to know. You were saying that there was going to be I guess trying to push something about budget cuts for the veterans or something like that through the current HUD program.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah. So what, baby? No, he's not. What, babe? Hold on one second. Yes, Mila. What? Okay, you gotta wait 1 minute. I'm almost done. Yeah, so here's what it is. The proposed budget for fiscal year 2026 will include, it includes a 44% cut to transportation, housing, urban development. And that includes two housing programs, including the VASH program, which is VASH, which is a housing program for veterans who are unhoused. And so the Appropriations Committee is meeting to talk about that tomorrow. It's at 10 a.m. The link to the video for the meeting and to the committee is in my link tree.
Is that Central Standard Time at 10, or is that Eastern Standard?
Eastern.
Eastern, so okay, that would be more like 9 o'clock my time. I'm Central Standard Time.
Yep, if you're Central, it'd be 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock my time.
Yep, and so there's 2 links in there,
Okay.
and the links are there for you to actually watch it tomorrow, but there's also a link to the subcommittee that tells you who the members are, and there's a telephone number for you to contact the chair and express your concerns about it, and and ask them to revise it. This is the House Appropriations Committee. The Senate Appropriations Committee has not scheduled their markup yet, so we don't know when they're going to hear it. But it'll do House first, then it will go to the Senate afterwards.
And I'm pretty sure if I call, that's basically like a nationwide thing. It's not like just centered at a certain location or whatnot, or regional or whatnot,
or something like that. I'm assuming.
Yeah, no, it's you'll be calling DC if you call, and it's a national. It's national funding.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
you know what? Like I said, I would definitely make that call because like I have family members that served the last 50, 60 years in the military or whatnot. So I want to make sure they're good and covered or whatnot.
Yeah, it's a big deal when we're talking about 44% cut.
We gotta take care of our bits, whatnot. So, oh yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
So like I said, I got family members, neighbors that took care of me, and they were in the military, so I want to pay it forward or whatnot. So yeah, I'll be down for that.
Yeah, well, we love that.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's how we got to let them know.
Yeah, and I know.
Well,
yeah, let me ask. You say you was for military. What branch were you?
Army.
Like, I give much kudos for you for doing that. My aunt was Army too as well, probably the same time period you're doing. So I want to give you much props for that. So,
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
yes, I'm bowing my head. Oh yeah. So yeah. She's over. She's retired now, but she's lives near Fort Hood in Texas or whatnot. So
Ooh wee.
over out that way or whatever. But yeah. Yeah, they're good. But I just want to let you know. I recently switched, and I know you knew about it. I said it, but like some of the values I still hold from way back when. It just, I'm still moderate. Like I'm still like a moderate person.
Mm-hmm.
But I still try to focus on issues that matters and stuff like that. You know, issues that are very important.
Mm-hmm.
And I truly think recently with the party, with the Democratic Party, it seems like they stopped focusing on, you know, issues that matter to like 80% of the populace or whatnot. And it seemed like they becoming more fringe or something like that. And I felt like I didn't leave the party. It feels like the party left me. Because like the first time I voted was 2000, and I voted for Al Gore or whatnot. So to me, it just seemed like the party that I joined is not the same party that it is in 2025.
I mean, well, let me ask you a question.
Older.
Yeah. Hold on one second. So people who are asking me how to get to my link tree, all you do is click on my profile, and then the link to my link tree is in the profile. Let me ask you, said this is not the same party that you joined in 2000, right? Let me ask you this. Do you think that we're still the same country that we were in 2000? That's 25 years ago. Do you think that we are still the same country?
Crazy, to say that. Well, when I joined, or what I remember voting for, it was like optimism for the future, togetherness, you know, being as one, everybody's, are Americans or whatnot, we are all, citizens,
I got you, Kat. Give me a sec.
nation.
So, but when you say
I'm
what's,
not going to say the last 5 years.
mm-hmm.
Well, I'm just saying, like, it was more unity or whatnot. And it seemed like, and I'm not going to say the last 5 years. From my perspective, I'll say the last 15 to 20. I just started to become more visceral and more divisive, more split, which I didn't feel that in the late 90s, early 2000s. But it just, like, after 05, 06, 07, it just started to get just so, like, there's no middle. It's just left, right, and whatnot.
Well, so where do you think that, who do you think, where do you think the divisiveness came from? I mean, when we talk about which party began to say the other party is I don't know, demonizing and horrible, and
I say during the era of Newt Gingrich, if I said his name right.
Newt Gingrich.
And I know that the label of like liberals. Well, I know during his time he really started nailing the confidence, like labeling people. Oh, they're crazy. They're crazy liberals. They have no common sense. This and that. But I think for me, from my perspective, I mean, you may be a little older than me or whatnot. I'm 43. So I think I start seeing that when I was becoming of age in like my early 20s, like 21, 22, 23 or whatever, or something like that.
Yeah.
And
So
I really, because I can say, because I'm in your era or whatnot. I'm like a zennial or like late. You know, I'm the oldest of the millennials, so I was born in 82. I can remember growing up, I had friends that was Republicans or whatnot, and we didn't care. Like, we looked beyond the party or whatnot. We looked at the individual and all that, and like, we were just cool or whatnot. I don't hear young people friending people from different walks of life or different parties or whatnot, which in the era where we grew up in, we was more friendly towards, towards people from different parties and whatnot.
but in the era that hold on, let me just comment on that though. In the era that I grew up in and that you grew up in, there was not a party that was trying to take away your rights. In the era that I grew up in and you grew up in, we were still benefiting.
There was growth and optimism, and you gotta think about it. I am like 20 years after the civil rights movement. I'm born in, like I said, 82.
Right, but that's not no. That's not 20 years afterwards. Yes, that's not 20 years. So listen. No, hold on. Listen, Gary. 64 was the Civil Rights Act. 68 was the second Civil Rights Act, which is the Fair Housing Act. It wasn't until 1973 that women could own a credit card or buy a house without their husbands. So you're talking, you were born 9 years after women could even have their own finances without their husbands. Right? So we lived in an era where people were still gaining liberties and rights. The difference is that
there was a lot of gains. Yeah, I agree. There was a lot of gains like that. Like I said, and you can't say the women.
I can still hear you.
If you want to call that during the 60s or 70s, I guess it's a schism of the civil rights movement throughout the mid 60s, early 70s, and whatnot. That's part of that too. But
my point is, when you say today that you don't see young people reaching out to young people of other parties, that is because today, yeah. Okay, I'm almost done. That is because today, what we have is a party that is tirelessly working to take away the liberties that people just got. Like, why do I want to be friends with somebody that literally wants to take away my rights? You gotta lay all the way down.
I mean, can you explain? Because I mean,
sure, I can explain.
Like for example.
Yeah. For example, what? Yeah, I mean, so
an example, like, it's kind of hard to believe in the United States of America, where we have all type of liberties and freedoms and whatnot. That in this day and age, it's kind of hard that constitutionally some of your rights or liberties can be taken away or whatnot. If you haven't committed a crime or whatnot, then sure, you get some privileges taken. If you committed a terrible crime, yeah. But just an innocent person living their lives, doing everything right, being an honorary citizen, doing what he or she needs to be doing, I find that kind of hard to believe that their rights are being taken. Right?
Okay, so tell me. So share with me what happened to Kalief Browder.
Honestly, I don't know who this guy is.
Okay, well, I will share with you who Kalief.
The crazy thing is,
Okay, so let me tell you
Go
who
ahead.
Khalif Browder is. Khalif Browder was 16 years old, walking home from a house party in his neighborhood. He was
All right.
cop car pulls up. It's him and his cousin, pushes him up against the thing. There's a guy in the back seat, says Khalif stole his iPad. And Khalif says, no, I didn't. They search his backpack. He has no iPad. They arrest him anyway. Khalif Browder spent 3 years at the age of 16 in Rikers Island prison, where they kept him over 300.
Remember this.
They kept him in isolation and solitary confinement for over 300 and some odd days. Don't tell me that you don't know that this country does not take away people's rights, because they do every day. Innocent people every day. I guess he got a phone call. She is out that quick, y'all. So for those of you all who don't know, this is one of the reasons why we have it is a horrible idea. So let me ask you this. How many of you all know that I believe it's 93 or 95% of all of the people that are in jail or in prison are there because they took plea deals? How many of you all know that it's like 93 to 95% of the cases in this country are because those people took plea deals? It is because they get threatened with mandatory minimums and scary outcomes, and they are risking it. So they settle for something that they know is a definite number instead of a scary number, because you never know what happens before you go before a jury. If people did not accept plea deals and they went to trial, the system would be overrun. They couldn't cover it. There's no way. There's no way. So I will tell you what happened. At the age of 15, Khalif Browder was with his friend who went joyriding in a bakery truck. The boy had a bakery truck pulled up, told Khalif get in. They went joyriding. They charged him with, it was like a grand larceny because the kid had stolen the car. Khalif wasn't driving. He was just joyriding. So he took a plea deal. And when he took a plea deal at the age of 15, he was on probation. So when he was walking home and he was stopped by the police for an iPad that he did not have, that was not in his backpack, and he was taken to the police station on a Friday or Saturday, right? You know, you don't get out on the weekends. You got to wait till Monday till you see a judge. So when they take him down there on Friday, he needs $900 to post bail. His mama don't have it. He calls his daddy. His daddy says, oh, he needs to learn a lesson. He could just sit in jail over the weekend. I'll get him out on Monday. By the time Monday comes, his bail's been revoked because they realize he's on probation. So now they can't pay $900 and get this baby out of jail. So he goes to Rikers Island at the age of 16. Khalif knew he was innocent, so he refused to take a plea deal. He also refused to join an organization in the prison system to get protection. He also refused to do something that's called the program. If you don't know what the program is, the program was something that the guards at Rikers had in place, that you would do their bidding, whether that be snitching, whether that be passing something, and then they would do whatever, right? So he would not join the program, nor would he join a G organization. So guess what happened? So the guards would turn their backs and let the G members beat the shit out of this kid while he was in Rikers Island. He got put in solitary confinement. I believe it is somewhere at approximately 380 days. Can you imagine being alone with no windows, no one to talk to? That is torture, folks. That's what that is. And so when he finally gets out, his story's making national news. Now, do you know the only reason his story got out? Because he tried to unalive himself a couple of times. And the only reason his story got out is because a reporter got a hold of images of guards beating this kid. And he's literally trying to run back into the hallway where he knows the cameras are. So it gets caught on camera, right? And so this story goes out. All this happens. He gets out. Come to find out, the person who accused him of stealing the iPad had left the country, didn't even live here anymore. They had no victim, and they knew they had no victim for over 3 years, and they just kept punting the case. Your Honor, can we reschedule? Your Honor, can we reschedule? Your Honor, can we reschedule? And they kept rescheduling while this baby sat in prison at Rikers. When he got out, because his story made national news, he was on, he was being interviewed. Rosie O'Donnell interviewed him, like he had Rosie's number in her phone. But that meant that people in the hood thought he was rich, even though he wasn't. He was suing them, but he had gotten no money from New York. But the neighborhood thought he was rich because he was on TV and celebrities were talking to him, right? And so he's walking home from, Kimber, and he's walking home and he gets stabbed. And at this point, Khalif begins to believe that maybe he's cursed because all these bad things keep happening to him. And his mother has a heart condition, by the way. She, her heart was only functioning at like 15 or 20%. The attorney that he had, his name is Khalif Browder. You can watch it on YouTube. The attorney that he had was trying to get him into a program. They had this program where he could go it's like a brotherhood program, right? And he was excited about going, right? It was like out in the Midwest somewhere. They go out camping and whatever, but it was just, he needed to get away. The problem is they didn't have an opening for 6 months. And when he learned that they did not have an opening for 6 months, he was devastated. So one day, Khalif Browder unalived himself in his bedroom over top of outside the window, hanging over the window air conditioner. New York finally settled that case, but by the time they settled it, he was no longer alive. I believe his mother passed shortly after it was settled. His siblings got the money or whatever, but they no longer have Khalif. Thank you, Cam, for spelling the name. And they no longer have the mother. It is the most devastating documentary to watch. I highly recommend everyone watch it. When people talk about we need to end cash bail, that's the reason why, folks. That's the reason why this baby needed $900. He was completely innocent, and his mama didn't have it, and the rest of his life just went away, just like that. It is not fair that poor people are criminalized for being poor, but rich people can pay whatever the bail is and go home. It's crazy to me that the first time our JE person, right? The first time that he was prosecuted in Florida, he got to go home with a fucking ankle monitor after the things that he was caught doing. Right? We do not punish people for their level of crime appropriately. We punish them based on who their victim was. We punish them based on how much money they have. We punish them basically, based on what college they went to, the color of their skin, the class of themselves, the class of their victims. all the different things, you know? And it matters. It absolutely matters.
Danny.
What's up,
Hello?
Gary? What's up, Gary?
Hey, I'm so sorry. My phone died on me. I didn't realize my phone was like below 5 when I first talked to you. I'm so sorry about that.
No.
I think the guy you was talking about before it broke up, yeah, I think he was an innocent kid. I think you talking about he was in prison. I heard of this.
Yeah.
I think I remember it, hearing about it on what's that guy name? He doesn't do talk shows anymore.
He was everywhere.
Psychiatrist.
His
Dr.
story
Phil.
was
I think he was Dr. Phil.
he was everywhere. No, Khalif Browder was absolutely everywhere.
Yeah,
He
I
is.
remember. Yeah, the guy was innocent or whatnot.
Yes.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. That was terrible, and I believe that guy should have got like literally he should not have been in prison from the jump or whatnot. And I believe this guy committed suicide, right?
Oh, you can't say that word on TikTok. Yeah, he unalived
Oh,
himself.
I'm sorry. He unalived himself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now that is a travesty of justice. I believe like that right needed to be wrong. I hated that happened to him. We definitely need to fix that system. Like I'm all about following the laws, but I ain't gonna lie, it is not perfect. We're gonna have to fix that literally. So I do, support, making things fair.
When you say that you're
we're not gonna get all
moderate, when you say that you're a moderate, what do you mean by that? Moderate, what does that mean?
For me, if I can get great ideas that would help society out from either side, I'm down for it. I don't care if it's gonna help like everybody, and I know it's probably impossible to help everybody, but like if it's going to help a large majority of the people that really needs help, any policy, left, right, middle, whatnot, I'll be down for. Like the thing is, you don't vote for the policy. I remember as a kid being taught, don't vote on party, you vote on policy.
Correct.
Follow the issues.
Correct.
Issues is driven. I can remember watching Different World and Dwayne Wayne saying, focus on the issues.
Okay,
so focus on issues, not party alliances.
So let's talk healthcare. Where do you stand on healthcare?
Huh?
Where do you stand on healthcare as an issue?
Healthcare, like I believe, like foresight healthcare. Everybody should have insurance, because like everybody, don't have perfect genes or so-called. Well, there's no such thing as perfect genes, but just say like if someone had like an ailment or whatnot, I mean, surely he or she should, have proper insurance to kind of alleviate some of those bills, just in case if medication calls for them to have a certain type of medication that could be very expensive. I do believe, like, let's make this affordable. Like, I believe pharmaceutical companies should not be making that much of a huge profit on people wanting to live.
So let me ask you. So when you say people should have insurance, do you mean privatized insurance? And if so, who's going to pay for it? Or do you mean government insurance? What do you mean?
Well, I believe in choice. Everybody should have options or whatnot, according to their pocketbook or whatever, just have some form of choice or whatnot, But like, I do believe like everybody should. I mean, that's socialist,
but wait,
I believe everybody should.
But let me just say this though. What you said was they should have choice according to their pocketbook. So rich people should have better health care than poor people.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, well, rich people are like less than 1%. I mean, I guess the main
Rich people are not less than 1%.
99% or 98%. Huh?
Rich people are not.
Is that less than 1%?
Who's less than 1%? There are 83 billionaires in this country. No. Listen, when we say rich people, so I think the question is, let me just ask this. So the question that I'm asking you is, should your level of health care be dependent upon how rich you are?
No.
Okay, so
because every life is just as valuable. Every life is just as valuable as the next.
okay,
You know?
okay,
Like a homeless person, life is just as valuable as mine or yours or whatnot.
right. So does that mean that you support universal health care?
I suppose so. Yeah. I mean, I supported it 10 some years ago. That hasn't changed much. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you support universal health care.
Like everybody should have some form. Yeah, so everybody should have some form of, health insurance or whatnot. Because like without your health, you really can't do much. Like everything kind of goes out the back door when you don't have good health or whatnot. So,
Yeah.
I think that's more vital than anything else. So
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's like everyone has the potential to be great, but to be great, you need to be healthy. So, like, sure, yeah.
Okay, so you support universal health care. How do you feel about taxing the rich?
I don't know. I'm not rich or whatnot, but like, I mean, I have been understanding something about a tax perk or whatnot. If you're providing jobs, to certain locations and whatnot that don't have much jobs.
No, but we're not talking about corporations. But hold on, wait. We're not talking about corporations. We're not talking about corporations getting tax breaks. We're talking about the people. So do you support taxing the rich people? I'm not talking about corporations getting tax breaks. I'm talking about people.
So individuals or whatnot.
Yeah. So Gary, did you know that there's actually a cap? Did you know that there's a cap as to how much you pay into Social Security over your lifetime? Did you know that?
Not really.
Okay, so
I literally figured I just work into the system until I retire, and still kind of you still pay taxes on that even after you retire, I think.
So let me tell you what it is. So
I didn't know there was a cap on it.
There is, and it doesn't matter how much money you make. Everybody has the same cap. Okay, so the cap that you pay into Social Security is $176,100 over your entire life. Okay. Now, let's just say that tomorrow, hold on, it's $176,100. Yep, over your whole life. Now, check this out, Gary. Let's just say that tomorrow you win the lottery and you win $10 million, and you pay $176,100 into Social Security. And then you never pay into Social Security again. But all the poor people have to keep paying into Social Security their entire lives. Because here's what happens, okay? So here's what it is. The Social Security tax is 6.2%, okay? So every year you're taking 6.2% out of your pay and you're putting it into Social Security, right? Here's my thing. For why is there a cap? Why don't you just keep paying 6.2% your entire life? And that applies to everybody. So can you imagine what would happen if Bill Gates and Elon Musk and Warren Buffett. Can you imagine if those folks, all they paid was 6.2% of their annual income, Jeff Bezos, into Social Security? Do you think Social Security, we'd be talking about it not being properly funded?
Well, but six something percent of what they're earning versus a regular Joe Blow.
Yeah, but I'm not even talking about, but listen, I'm not asking them to pay a higher percentage because they're richer. I'm asking them to pay the same percent that I pay. There's just no cap on it.
Okay. There's no cap on how they do it?
There's no cap on how anybody does it. Everybody just pays 6.2% into Social Security. That's it. Because they're not paying into Social Security anymore. Do you understand that? Them jokers ain't paying into Social Security no more. So I'm not saying overtax them. I'm not even asking them to pay a higher rate than everybody else. I'm just asking them to keep paying a rate.
So it's kind of like, just, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's a fair assessment or whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. See, and that's the thing though. Because I'm not really, I'm learning about the tax code. I'm learning slowly or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But I know, there's, ways around what they would probably try to learn the tax code and try to, not pay higher taxes, but actually get tax cuts or whatnot. I'm talking about with the individuals, because individuals like that can create LLCs and C Corp companies or whatnot.
So they do that already? But here's the thing. Do you realize that they do that already? But here's the thing. Social Security is different. Social Security is different. It's not a way to, you don't get out of paying your Social Security. You don't get out of it. You either pay it or you don't. But do you know how much the IRS estimated really, really rich people have abroad this year?
I have no idea. I really don't. No.
Okay. So, I want to make sure that I give you the right number because I'm almost sure. Hold on a second.
Well, maybe that should be something that should be brought on Senate floor, considering I've been hearing, here and there on the news agencies where by 2032 we probably won't have any type of Social Security left by the time I hit 65 years of age and whatnot. So maybe that should be something that should be brought up to the floor or whatnot.
Well, here's the thing. I think that Democrats would love to do that. I don't see Republicans doing that anytime soon. They just passed legislation to make tax cut for ultra rich people permanent.
But I wasn't hearing anything about Social Security. I guess what I was getting from just getting tax cuts for business taxes and stuff like that.
No, these are for individuals. No, these are for rich ass people, not their businesses. These are rich ass people getting permanent tax cuts. Permanent tax cuts.
Okay. Oh, I'm pretty sure, and I'm just thinking out loud. I may be wrong or not, but like I said, I'm pretty sure these guys found ways and can afford to probably have nothing in their name, so they will be exempt from paying certain taxes and whatnot.
Yeah, but the point is that the cuts that
I'm telling you this.
Okay, listen, you're thinking about, there's a difference, okay? There's a difference between the 1% and rich people. Okay, there's a difference. I'm not talking about the 1%. I am talking about people that make $500,000 or more. And there's quite a few of them in this country. Okay. They got permanent tax cuts. Why? Why do they deserve to get permanent tax cuts? What makes them more valuable, going back to your statement that every human life is just as valuable, what makes them special? Why do they get that?
I mean,
Well, they got specialized tax cuts.
I would say for us, like, I mean, this is a republic. I mean, we do get some kind of say.
Can you define? Can you tell me the difference between a democracy and a republic?
Well, oh good Lord, I am not gonna lie. That part is kind of like, I'm a little rusty on it. I've been out of college for over 10 years.
Yeah. So do you want to know that there's really not a difference? You can use the words interchangeably. So let me just tell you what we are, because we're not just a republic. We are a democratic constitutional republic. And that's where it's important, okay? Because we democratically elect the people that make the votes in the republic, and we have a constitution to keep those people in check if they get too big for their britches, like this current administration is. So we have three pieces to it. We're a democratic constitutional republic. Yeah, we're not just a republic. We're a democratic constitutional republic.
Yeah. And yeah, three pieces that you're talking about is like executive, legislative, and
well, those are our three branches of government, but there are three pieces to the type of country that we are.
Well, I mean, we're supposed to have like certain protections where I did remember talks in college about protections from big states and little states, and it's like a fair balancing act and stuff like that. Like for folks like political power and all that stuff. Let's say like a state like California can't, out muscle like a state like Vermont or something like that.
What do you mean out muscle them? I'm not following.
Like I said, like my knowledge is rusty and whatnot. You've been at it for a while and whatnot. But I'm just talking about like equal. There's like what I'm trying to say. There's like fair play between small states and little states or whatnot.
Well, if you're talking about with representation, if that's what you mean.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, I mean, they do have, they're going to have more representatives, but that's why there's an electoral college, right? But so, I mean, here's my thing. So who did you vote for in the last election?
I voted for Trump. I did.
Yeah, I mean, I knew that. I just wanted to ask you.
I told you I voted for Trump.
Yeah. So why?
One, the inflation under the Biden administration did not look good.
So can you tell me what the inflation rate was under the Biden administration in the summer and fall of last year?
Don't put me on blast on that.
No, I'm asking because you said, here's the thing. I'm not putting you on blast. I asked you why you voted for Trump and you said the inflation.
Well, I voted because like literally like I'm just looking in from Main Street or whatnot. I just did not like what I was getting or whatnot.
I don't know what that means. Be specific.
Like, for instance, or whatnot. Okay. Dang, the rate of inflation in the last 4 or 5 years, it just was not adding up. Of course, like
So-
cost of living.
Okay, wait. Let's take them one at a time. We're gonna take them one at a time because the cost of living and inflation are not the same things in their entirety. So hold on. You said, but wait, you're talking about inflation. What happened in the United States of America and in the world in 2020 and 2021?
People freaking out over some nonsense or whatnot.
Oh, so you don't think that C-19 was real?
Oh, yes, of course.
Okay.
Honestly,
Okay.
I ain't gonna lie. Honestly, we was long overdue for it. Like I said this to my best friend back in 2007, and I knocked on wood then. Like, it's amazing that we haven't had no pandemics in over at least 100 years.
Right. So follow me.
Yeah.
So Gary, if we have a global pandemic, right, that lasts over a year and a half to 2 years, okay? Good night, Cheryl. And it interrupts international supply chain, right? You have a president in office at the time that tells people it's going away when he knows that it's not, okay? Do you think that would have an impact on inflation? Like literally global supply chain issues?
Well, as a president, he probably did not, and then I'm not going to speak for him, but I'm just assuming or like assessing what I would have done if I was president is one, not freak out the public or whatnot, because that would like lose all type of confidence in your leader. You don't do that. I mean, no, or whatever. So you don't
but do you agree that there's a difference?
You don't want like a national-wide panic.
Right. So do you agree that there's a difference? Gary, hold on. Do you agree that there's a difference between yelling fire and telling people, hey, don't light no matches because the gas is on? There's a difference, right? One says there's a damn danger. Don't light matches, right? And the other one is yelling fire and making people trample each other. There's a big difference between those two things, correct? So when he told people it was going away, that's not keeping people from panicking. That's telling people a damn lie that cost people their lives.
Look, that period of time was totally crazy. I mean, I lost relatives.
But who made it crazy?
Well,
who politicized a national? Who politicized? Who made a global pandemic a political issue? Who used it to turn people against another political party? Because it wasn't Democrats.
It was a crazy time because, like.
But answer the question though, Gary.
I honestly at the time, like, I'm gonna tell you what I thought of it. Like,
no, I want you to answer my other question first.
Okay, what's the other question?
The question is very simple. I want you to tell me who used a global pandemic to make it a political issue to turn people against a political party.
Could have been both parties.
No, the fuck it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
It could have been both.
No, it wasn't. It could have been, but it wasn't. It could have been, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't.
I don't know. I mean.
Yes, you do. And if you okay, so listen. One of two things is happening right now. One of two things is happening right now. You are either being disingenuous, okay? I'm telling you, it's one or two things.
Honestly, during 2020,
yep,
I was ignoring the madness because you got to think about it. This is my perspective. Like, we survived as human beings. I put all my bet on humanity than a simple disease. I believe, we're better and we'll get beyond that. that was my attitude during 2020. Now, I was knocking on wood, like hopefully, it will be better, and thank goodness it was. But I put my money on people, great people that want things better, even during a pandemic.
So you do realize that you can't good people a global pandemic away.
Of course not.
Okay, so here's what we know.
But we still had mechanisms to keep, the danger from wreaking so much havoc. I mean, shelter in place, it was very effective.
But who told people not to shelter in place?
What?
Who told people not to shelter in place? Who told people that it was bullshit and we needed to get people back out of our homes and back working? What party, like, let me ask you this. What party did you see having board meetings about not having kids wear masks at school? What party had a physician say?
I was Democrat then, and I even said like this was like crazy. Like I said the same thing. I'm gonna say both because I said
No, it was not. No, we didn't.
I was a Democrat and I said it.
Well, you ain't the whole party though. You're not a politician. You're not in office. I am talking about politicians in office. Right, exactly.
Okay, right. Yeah, well, you got like certain party that said that, hey, we should shelter in place and this and this and that.
Yeah, so you had one party trying to protect people.
There were some Republicans saying like we shouldn't do that.
I am talking about the majority of the party. And what was the head of your party doing? What was the head of your party doing, Gary?
Trying to get people to shelter in place.
The fuck he was. No, he wasn't.
No. I was a Democrat back in 2020. The Democratic Party was trying to get people to shelter in place.
What was the president of the United States doing?
Well, basically he was trying to not make it as serious.
Nope. No, he wasn't. He was politicizing a global pandemic in order to try to win an election, and he did not give a shit how many people unalived while he did it. That's what he was trying to do. Period.
Yeah.
That's it.
I hear you.
I mean, it don't matter if you hear me or not, because you know what? Here's the thing. I'm not over here trying to figure out how to not say the truth. That's not me. That's you.
I'm just speaking for myself, but like, I just kept moving and just kept living. But
well, I'm glad that you got to keep living. There were over 1 million people that did not.
Yes, including my uncle.
Right. And so that is my point, Gary. Your uncle isn't here, and yet you still cannot say that Donald Trump was telling people that it was going away, that they were fixing it, that they were getting ahead of it, to drink bleach, to that it wasn't that bad, that blah, 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 blah. We needed to get people back to work.
Trump is one man. He has an administration.
He is the damn president.
Yeah, but it takes more than one guy. He has a whole line of people behind him.
And what do? They do whatever he says.
What to do, what not. I'm pretty sure.
You know what's so crazy to me, Gary, is you lost your uncle to C-19 and then you still voted for Donald Trump. That's crazy to me. I don't understand how you voted for somebody. He was responsible. He was responsible. He was responsible for how he reacted. Here is the reality. He could have taken steps to protect people's lives, period. And he did not.
front trying to tell people what to do in the first 3 weeks of the first reports of people getting COVID. Shelter in place. We got this and this. We just stay 10 feet away.
He literally told people not to believe the WHO or the CDC, and he's trying to fucking criminalize Fauci right now. He's literally investigating Dr. Fauci and trying to criminalize him for the work he did. He literally right now is trying to criminalize the very doctor you're talking about right now.
The Dr. Fauci, I have issues with Fauci only because.
Are you an infectious disease specialist?
No.
Okay, well then I don't want to hear shit.
No. Like I give him props on his work and whatnot. I'm not, but like I don't know. It's just.
Yeah, you don't know, and that's what I'm saying.
We're here. I mean, we made it out or whatnot. So
1 million people did not.
what?
1 million people did not.
I know. And it's messed up.
Yeah, what's messed up is it did not have to be that many people.
We lost way more. We lost a lot more globally. It could have been a whole lot worse.
It was a whole lot worse. What you mean?
Well, I'm just saying it could have been more.
Do you know why it wasn't more? It's because Joe Biden took over in January. Donald Trump let me tell you something. Donald Trump only handled the first 9 months of C-19. Thank God. Because if he had handled 2 years of that shit, probably it would be double or triple that. Bottom line, the best thing that ever happened to this country.
Nobody could foresee that.
I didn't ask him to be Miss Cleo. I didn't ask his ass to be no damn psychic and see into the future. What I asked is for him to not lie to the American people about a global pandemic. That's what I asked. And I asked for him to not withhold checks to people until he could put his fucking name on them. That's what I asked him not to do. And I asked him not to put people at risk like he's doing right now, where he says now that children and certain age people, they can't get the vaccine for free. That's why they're being sued right now. I don't want you to tell me what he is or isn't doing, because I actually know what he's doing right now today. Do you know that right now he has taken away the free vaccine for certain groups of people? Did you know that?
Not really.
Right. There you go. So this is my thing. If you're going to vote, I'm going to need you to be an informed voter, because you're not informed.
I vote according to local politics. I focus on local events first.
No. Okay. So tell me what local events you voted for. Who did you vote for school board?
For school board?
Yeah, that's a local event.
Yes. I don't know if we had that yet.
Yes, you did. You have them every year.
No, I'm saying we're having some right now.
Well, who'd you vote? You knew that you voted for Trump last year. Or who did you vote for the school board last year?
Wait, gosh. Who did I vote for?
I don't know. Who did you vote for district attorney?
Good Lord. District attorney in my area, I voted some name I did not know.
Well, look at that. Uninformed as fuck again. Tell me what judge did you vote for?
Judge, most of the judges are supposed to be like nonpartisan or whatnot.
Yeah, but I'm asking. But you can tell by their policy stances what they believe in, right?
Not really.
Yes, you can. 100%. That's why we know. That is why we know right now we have 6 conservative justices and 3 liberal, because we know.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
so Gary, if you are going to vote, please be informed, because right now you're not.
Well, I mean, I'm informed more than some people. I mean, I'm pretty
Who?
sure some people.
Who?
Some people. Some people. I'm assuming I'm more informed than some.
Well, how do you know? Because you don't even know what level of information you have.
Yes, and a lot of time.
Absolutely. And I think that, here's the thing. When you actually care about the country that you live in, you find the time and you put in the work.
Of course. I'm not arguing over that. Sure, yes.
Okay.
Like I just said, issues are important. Yes.
Okay.
I said that moments ago. Yes.
Okay, so name an issue that is really important to you.
Well, of course, like men unaliving themselves. That's not talked about much.
Is that an issue?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, so do you believe that? So here's what I think about that. That is a healthcare issue.
I care for that. I look for stuff like that.
Great. Okay, so we're back to healthcare. So why did you vote for Donald Trump when he doesn't support universal health care? If you want men to stop unaliving themselves and them to have access to adequate, appropriate, safe health care, tell me why you voted for Donald Trump and not a Democrat.
Because I'm just saying some of the policies, not all, just some things that the party support and got on, I didn't know much about, didn't align with my values. I just didn't gel with it. And, I felt like the party, like I said, the party left me. And just like issues with men's rights, men's issues. Oh, another issue. We get shafted when it comes with paternity cases. That's an issue with men. Like, we get shafted in the court system.
Okay, so let me. Okay, stop. Are all men daddies? Are all men dads? No. Okay, so let's do this. So, who determines what happens in a court case? Judges. Okay, so and are those federal judges or are those local judges?
I'm assuming state level judges or regional judges, depending on
Your local judges. That's who determines it. Your local judges do, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Who elects your local judges?
The people in the certain facilities, I believe.
Yeah, so you elect the judges in your area. So if you don't research your judges to know what they feel about family court and so forth and so on, if you don't know, I don't know what you want me to tell you.
Point taken.
Yeah, you're welcome. Have you ever contacted your state legislator to look at introducing laws to protect men in paternity cases?
10 years ago, yeah, I did. I think I was still in school then.
Mm-hmm.
But I haven't did it. Life issues.
Yeah, so you care about men in paternity court so much that you haven't done anything about it for 10 years. But it's really important to you.
You're making me sound bad.
I'm not making you sound bad at all. I'm literally just repeating what you're saying.
Great. Yes.
Yes. So what other issues? What other policy issues?
Well, I mean, for me, what got me also away from the party, there was the Democrats in the last several years focused more on half of the population's issues and not.
Well, you keep saying that, but you can't tell me what the half of the population's issues are that they're not focused on.
Well, okay, they was trying to, all I hear from the last federal elections from the Democratic Party was more about, the A word with healthcare and, that.
What percentage of the population do women make up?
I'm assuming half.
Well, it sounds to me like the party was worried about half of the population's problems.
But not the other half.
Well, you said they're not focusing on half.
Huh?
You said they're not focusing on half of the people's problems. Well, can you, okay, so, well, let me just say this, right? Yeah, so we make up 50.5% of the population in this country. Women do. So I would say that the Democratic Party, being worried about AB, was focused on not only more than half of the population, but all of the children that would also be born, because AB is not just about ending a pregnancy. Do you understand that AB is oftentimes about saving a woman's life? Do you understand that?
If the person, if the individual life was endangered, yeah.
No, you don't know that. Listen, let me, we go. So let me just tell you, Gary, okay, stop for a moment, because here's what I can promise you. I can promise you that I know more about this subject than you do.
Well, can I ask you this?
Sure.
The roots of that.
The roots of what?
Evil was evil. The roots of that, like before it's like Sanger, Margaret Sanger.
Nope, I'm not doing no conspiracy theories and all that shit. I'm talking about women's health care. I am talking about women's health care, and I'm not talking about Planned Parenthood, which, by the way, ABs is less than 1% of the services that they provide. So I don't give a fuck about Planned Parenthood or Margaret Sanger, because it's literally less than 1% of the services that they provide. I don't care. I don't care at all. What I do care about, what I absolutely do care about, are the millions of women every year that get pregnant and have to determine what to do in that situation. That's what I do care about, right? And
She didn't create the baby by herself, though.
well, okay, so let me would you like to would you like for me to tell you when men have a choice? Let me tell you how. If you wait a second, Gary, listen, because for those of y'all who didn't hear Gary said she didn't create the baby by herself. Okay, let me just tell you something. She didn't. So if you don't want a woman to have an AB, make sure she agrees with your fucking decision before you slip into her without nothing covering you. How about that? If you listen, if you want to make sure that the woman you are sleeping with won't have an AB, then don't put your dick in her until you know for sure she's not going to have one.
I agree.
Okay, then. So listen, this is the man's decision. The man can decide to be celibate. The man can decide to have a vasectomy. The man can decide to wrap it up, right? The man can decide to do all of those things. Those are all the choices that a man has. Those are all the choices that a man has. Look, you got like 1, 2, 3, 4. You got 4 choices, right? After you make those choices, you have no say. Because after that, you have to live with the choices you made, and she has to live with the choices she's going to make.
Of course.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
Okay.
I totally agree. I totally agree.
Great.
Yeah, I have no problem with that. You know, responsibility is about life, is about making choices every day.
Right. And she's going to make hers, and you don't get to make hers.
Yeah, but you're not absolved from the consequences of those choices, whatever choices you make. Yes.
Right. Nobody is.
Yeah. I agree with you on that. That's what I'm saying. Like,
okay, so
that's what I'm saying. Like, I believe, like I said, maybe I'm a little old school, but I do believe, like, you know, a decision like that should be made, in strong support with family, like the guy, the woman, or whatnot, Like it's like a unison thing or whatnot. And
Oh, thank you.
yeah.
Okay, wait. Say it again. Say it again, because I was helping my baby.
I feel like if a couple, laid in bed together, they should be mature enough to make, proper decisions on what to do and whatnot. Because
Okay, but no. Listen, if the couple, so listen, you need to make sure before you sleep with her that she agrees with you. Listen, and get this. If she changes her mind, it's still none of your business.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And unless you want to do this, here's what you could do though. Unless you want to let a doctor do a procedure and take the fertilized egg out of her and put it in you, and you carry that shit for 10 months, then that's cool. But if you're not doing that, if she changes her mind, it's still none of your business.
Okay. Fair enough. But
Right.
you support if a different situation, if the guy didn't want it, they slept together, the guy didn't want it, and I'm pretty sure you heard of this where he doesn't want it, she does, and then like, you know what, it's my situation, I'm keeping the baby, regardless of what you think,
Right?
And I'm going to put you on support, and you're going to be on the hook for the next 18 to 25 years.
Yeah, it's called the consequences of your decision. If a man doesn't want to have a baby, then he should wrap it up or buy some tissues and lotion. What? Yeah. If a man doesn't want to have a baby,
It sounds like there's more consequences on the man person.
Really? Have you ever given birth, Gary?
No. I ain't talking about the birth giving. No, I ain't talking about the birth giving.
Shit.
I'm talking about after the birth or whatnot.
You think child support is more than raising a baby? Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. You ever got up in the middle of the night and had to breastfeed? You ever got up in the middle of the night and had to do bottles in the middle of the night, have them throw up on you, piss on you, shit on you, do all the different things? You got to do all that, take them to daycare, then go to work, then pick them up, then come home, then clean your house, then do it all again. Like, don't talk to me about cutting a damn check. I do not want to hear that your direct deposit is more work than raising a child.
Should be together for that.
Well, then make sure you marry her before you get her pregnant.
Marry before you carry, yes.
And that would be your choice. Yes.
Okay. I get you on that. I get you on that. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I just say like just be a forever master. Sure.
Oh, give
if
me
you're
your
not
phone.
sure.
We'll get it.
For both parties.
So what?
I'm saying for both parties, just be on the safe side. Like just
No, give me your phone and I'll do it. But here's the thing. But you can't say what she does. You worry about you. She'll worry about her. And then you just have to determine. Yeah, that's your old one.
I guess
Yeah.
like that. I don't have any kids, but like I don't know if in this day and age I would ever want to have them. Just
Well, me either. You want to know why? You want to know why? I wouldn't either. Not in this world. Because right now in this world, my granddaughters have fewer rights than I did when I was born. So why would I want to have a child and possibly bring a girl into a world like this? Why would I want to do that?
Is that an issue dealing with the I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Oh, she's gone.
No, I'm not. I'm here.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, you're saying that she would have less rights than you.
She does have less rights than me right now.
But why?
Because of men.
Really?
Yeah, listen, did you know, Gary, did you know?
Freest country on the planet.
No, the fuck we not. That's a myth, Gary. That's a myth.
How are we getting
There are over 160 countries in the world that have democracy. Do you know we are the only developed country without universal health care? We are the only first world country without universal health care. There are 27 other countries that have had women presidents and leaders. Ain't that some shit, Gary?
We still got millions that are coming over here, though. But now the border's closed, but we had so many that.
Okay, so you don't understand why people come here and what they do and where they come from.
Better life, better opportunity.
No, listen, no. So let's talk about the people that come here from across the border. Let's talk about that. They come here, Gary, because the United States of America has fucked up their countries. That's why. That is why we gave Haitians temporary protected status, because we destabilized Haiti. That's why we gave Venezuelans temporary protected status, because we fucked up Venezuela. That's why. We tear up their countries, then they got to find somewhere else to go. That's what we do. We support the rebels, then we turn around and we support the government. We sell the rebels old equipment, then we sell the government equipment. This is what we do, Gary. Cuba, we did it to them. Honduras, we did it to them.
We did it in Afghanistan back in the 80s.
So this is my point, Gary. Act like you know.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. You're making good points on that.
I know. Imagine that, Gary. Here, baby.
Well, I would say maybe limit the money on like the military complex or industrial. What is that word? God dang it. I mean, they're like the biggest lobbyist group in Washington, the military complex or whatnot. Just limit their funds. I mean, we still need a.
Who do you think those people are lobbying the most?
Jesus.
Here's a hint. It ain't Democrats.
Yeah, but I still believe in a strong military. But we, like I said, you was former military. My aunt was. I heard stories that was waste and so much waste.
Then tell me why DOGE went after U.S. aid, which is 1% of the federal budget, instead of the Department of Defense, that has never passed a budget.
I'll go after the Department of Defense because it's been waste going back decades.
But they didn't go after the Department of Defense. Really?
Oh, wow.
They actually increased the DOD's budget to a damn $1 trillion for a guy that couldn't manage a company that had $15 million budget. Ain't that something? They want a drunk who could not manage a $15 million nonprofit to handle the Pentagon, the Department of Defense, and $1 trillion. Ain't that something, Gary?
I agree. I believe that Joe should go after, that company or whatnot. But it's somewhat still government. But is it counter government or is it? Of course, like, I mean, I guess it's a lobby group, right? The military.
Do you know who owns the largest the contracts? Never mind. We're not going to do there. Listen. So Gary, here's my thing. Gary, here's what I would like to know. I would like for you to tell me one policy that made you vote for Donald Trump.
Focusing on better communities.
Nope, a policy.
A policy?
Yeah, a policy.
Shit. Oh, what policy? Let me see. Oh gosh. Since he just won, since he got back into office, or right now, currently,
I'm asking you, Gary, for a policy that made you vote for Donald Trump in November of 2024.
Strong borders.
Okay. So can you share with me, Gary, Out of the 11 million unauthorized immigrants in this country, how many of them arrived here prior to 2010?
Probably millions, because I know President Obama. Well, he actually deported a lot of them. But, I mean, it's been an issue for years.
That's not what I asked you.
What? I mean, I don't know. Honestly, those numbers, like off the top of my head, I have no idea.
Mm-hmm. Well, so
But
Gary,
it's been an issue for decades.
Gary,
Uh-huh.
do you understand that issues are a net positive for this country? Immigration is a net positive for this country.
I get it. I get it. Yes.
Okay, so what's your problem with immigrants?
Well, one, they undercut the funding of the American worker.
How so?
And like.
Nope. Stop right there. Tell me how. Tell me how.
For instance, if I want to get a job and walk on somewhere, hey, pay me this and that, they're going to offer it for someone that would take much less.
So you're telling me that you're mad at the dude who's willing to accept whatever he can get rather than the corporation that won't pay anybody a living fucking wage. You're mad at the guy who's going to be broker than you, who's willing to work for scraps, and not mad at the corporation that won't pay a living wage.
That's why I say find those companies that hire illegals. You find them and you run them out of business.
No, but no. If that's the case, we'd be deporting corporations and not immigrants.
Sure.
But we ain't. So Gary, my question to you is, what's the problem that you have with unauthorized immigrants? What's the problem?
Undercutting the American.
No, they don't. That's bullshit. We just established that they don't do that.
Really?
Yeah, really. We did. When is the last time you lost a job to an immigrant, Gary?
I'm just saying, if they would.
Gary, when is the last time you lost a job to an immigrant?
Ooh, I say back in 2007.
To an unauthorized immigrant?
Yep.
Okay, in what field?
Well, I was young though. I think it was like a construction job or whatever like that.
And how do you know you lost it to the unauthorized immigrant?
Because like one day I came up there to go to work and it's like, oh, here's your check. We got some workers up here. We don't need you or whatnot. And
But how do you know that it was because they were? How do you know they were unauthorized immigrants?
sure, I know they were.
How?
Because like there wasn't. Well, I mean, I'm making the assumption.
Are you racially profiling, Gary?
No, don't put words in my mouth.
I didn't put words in your mouth. I asked you a
They
question.
couldn't speak English. They couldn't speak English. That did not help them at all.
But I didn't ask you, could they speak English? I asked you, how do you know their immigration status?
I don't.
And do you know maybe they can speak English? They just don't want to speak it to you. There's a lot of people that can speak English that will act like they don't speak English to people they don't want to fucking talk to. Maybe they just didn't want to talk to you, Gary. Maybe they just didn't want to talk to you, Gary.
No, they could be racist, and there are a lot of racist immigrants.
How do you know? Are you friends with them?
Oh, heck, I was told.
So, but Gary, wait, I want to go back to the question. You went to show up to work. You got your check, and they said, we got enough people. We don't need you.
Yep.
Okay, but how do you know that was because of an undocumented immigrant? Maybe you just did bad work, and they did better work.
No. Well, I could be. That could have been. I mean, I worked there for a month.
Right.
I mean, yeah, but like I knew I was going to be there long. It was just like a stepping stone, and whatnot.
So why again? Why are you blaming unauthorized immigrants, Gary?
Yeah, because they need to come here legally.
Okay, so Gary, listen, Gary, don't try to pivot. We're gonna stop right there. Nope, we're not gonna pivot. We're gonna stay right here, Gary. So here's what I've heard you say, Gary.
I'm not pivoting.
You are.
I'm not.
You are, because first you said they undercut the worker, and we then had to establish that they don't. It's the corporations that do. So then I ask you, when did you lose a job to an immigrant?
Back
And-
in 2007.
But the truth of the matter is, you don't know if you lost a job to an immigrant. You just know your ass got fired.
75% of me is pretty sure.
But Gary, 75% of you is sure that you are assuming shit. All you know for sure, Gary, all you know for sure is you got fired. That's all you know.
Yeah, true that, but like.
True that. Nope, there's no but. That's just true that. What it is you got fired and you want to make an excuse for why you got fired.
Still, you got to come here legally to work. Like, that's still undercutting American workers.
So, Gary, let me ask you this question, Gary. Can you describe to me the process for coming here legally?
Illegally jumping the border.
No, I said describe the process to me on how to come to this country legally.
Oh, several different ways. If you want to, if your country is in turmoil or whatnot, I mean, you can apply for status or whatnot. Like
What kind of status?
Like asylum or whatnot.
And and what does that process look like? If I'm going to apply for asylum,
I've never had to apply for asylum.
right, but hold on. No, because Gary, you said they got to do it legally. So I'm asking you, what is the legal way? So if I want to apply for asylum, let's just say that I'm an immigrant and I'm coming to the United States of America to apply for asylum. How do I have to come in at a port of entry?
Of course.
No. Wrong answer.
So how would these guys be vetted? Because
So let me tell you the way that it works. You ready, Gary? So Title 8, United States Code, Title 8, United States. So it's 8 USC. You ready? 8 USC 1158. That is our asylum law, Gary. 8 USC 1158. And let me tell you what it says. It says that once you are present in the United States, and it literally says this. It says whether you arrive at a port of entry, between ports of entry, or whether you are brought in from the ocean, once you are present in the United States, you can apply for asylum. And guess what, Gary? You can apply for asylum up to 12 months after you get here.
No, I did not know that.
Right, I know.
Well, okay. Well, that's a due process and whatnot.
No, that's not due process. That's just immigration law. Due process is something that happens afterwards.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So, okay.
But is that still a thing where they have to wait, to see if their asylum claim had been accepted or not or whatnot? For it's like, just for say, our government says, hey, we find evidence that your asylum, thing or whatever, like, yeah, it's not holding up. You have to go back or whatever. Or like, a waiting process. You said it's like 12 months or something like that. 12 months.
So you have to know what I said is you have 12 months after you get here to apply for asylum. Once you have applied for asylum and you have been here for 6 months, you can then apply for a I-589, which is a work permit. We file asylum and then you do a work permit. Once you apply for your work permit, you can be granted an ITIN number, which is your individual tax identification number. It's just like a Social Security number. And then you legally are able to work while you are waiting for your asylum case to go before a judge.
Okay. Like it sounds like a smooth process.
No, it's not smooth. It costs a shit ton of money and we don't have enough immigration judges. And then Donald Trump actually changed the immigration judges performance plan, and we lost 42 judges just like that. And it made it even worse when Donald Trump came into office in 2017 the first time. We had a backlog of over 500,000. It was about 540,000 immigration cases. Guess what? When he left, it was almost 1.3 million. He more than doubled our immigration backlog in the year that he was there. In the 4 years.
Seems like we need a lot of more judges. My God.
Oh, we sure do. But they don't. And he just fired 17 more.
That is not good.
Yeah, Cam. So do you all not remember me telling you?
It sounds like a problem that happened during Biden's presidency too.
No, it didn't at all.
I heard stories that they was still kind of like backlogged.
Well, so here's what's important to know, right? Is we don't hear stories, we do facts. So let me share with you what happened, okay? Jesus, Gary. Facts are your friend. So here's what happens, Gary. If I come into office, okay, wait, let's just pretend that I'm Trump and you're Joe Biden. Okay, Gary? Okay. And so listen, I'm going to let you take over the job in just a minute. But before you do, I just want you to know that when I turn the job over to you, you're going to have twice the number of people that need to go through immigration court, more than twice the number than when I got here. I'm also going to give you a country that is in the middle of a global pandemic, where I told some people shit wasn't really that bad to drink bleach and take some horse medication and things were going to be fine. The solution, Gary, was just don't test so much, and then there won't be so many cases. The other thing, now listen, I increased the deficit by like $8 trillion, but listen, Joe, you can fix it. Gary, you can fix it. All I did was increase the debt, kill a bunch of people, unalive a bunch of people. And I'm going to sign them some checks, but I'm going to put my name on them, right? Because that's some shit that presidents do. And let me see what else. Oh, listen, you're going to have to figure out how to get these judges to come back and work some more, because they don't work for me no more. Appreciate you, Kristen. Let me see what else am I giving you? Oh, supply chain completely fucked up, bro. Listen, supply chain is just trashed. Like, listen, you're not going to be able to figure out how people going to get toilet paper and stuff at the grocery stores and all of that. But here's what I want you to do. I want you to inherit all of this, Gary. Okay. And I want you to keep inflation at 2%, because that's like 1.5%, 2% is like amazing. So Gary, when I give this to you, I know I've increased the deficit. I know people have lost jobs. I know there's a global pandemic. I really understand that the supply chain is fucked up and we don't have like groceries and things everywhere. I understand, Gary, but listen, you need to make sure inflation is just 2%. And by the way, listen, I made a deal with OPEC. I shut down a bunch of our drilling facilities, like that 2018 crash that we had in the oil industry. I did that shit. But listen, I made a deal with them damn Saudis not to produce enough gas and shit for us for a bit. So in 2002, shit's gonna skyrocket, and people are gonna blame you. And I just need you to let them believe that it's your fault. I mean, I know that I made the deal, and I know I shut down a bunch of our oil shit. But I just need you to let them think it's you, because it happens in 2022. Okay, Gary? So I need you to just take the fall for me on that one too. Just pretend like you didn't see it. And by the way, now listen, don't be mad. Don't be mad that, we tried to keep you from coming into office, right? Don't be mad that, I sent my people over to the Capitol and told them to go down there and fight like hell. I just don't be mad. I mean, I know you're going to have to pay to fix the Capitol up and shit. I know there's going to be extra security and everything. I mean, I know all that's going to happen, right? And like Congress people are going to be traumatized and all of that. But listen, Gary, I believe you can do it. I believe in you, Gary. Now, I'm going to call you a liar, for like the next 5 years, Gary. I'm going to tell everybody you really fucking lost. I'm going to talk about your son. Don't be mad that Hunter's junk was on Congress's floor. Don't be mad, Gary. Don't be mad. I know we're going to talk about you being old and senile and shit, and we're going to talk all kinds of stuff about your wife and say she's not a doctor, even though she's got a doctorate. I want you, Gary, listen, really, I need you to stick with me now, buddy. I know there's a major deficit, like the economy's crashed, the damn supply chain is fucked up. I did you a number on gas, all the things, but I just need you to take it on the chin and pass a bunch of really good legislation and start the country on the right track. So, but I'm going to be telling people you're doing a shitty job. And so that way, when I come in, I can do a bunch of fucked up shit that won't happen until after the election, so that I can ride on your good work for about the first 18 months and make sure that we can contain control of Congress and stuff until, unless we can like finish buying off the rest of these federal judges and shit and take over the world. Okay, Gary, is that you cool with that?
You really think that?
No, I really know all of that. All of the things that I just told you are fact. All of the things that I just said are fucking fact.
So, fact.
Go look up the 2018 OPEC deal and then come talk to me, Gary. Go look at the 2018 OPEC deal. Go look at the Saudi deal. Go look at the $10 million in the Egypt damn briefcase that Bill Barr shut down the investigation. Go look, Gary, and then come back and talk to me, because here's what I know for certain. You have no clue who you voted for.
Mm-hmm.
No clue. And as a result of you not bothering to put in a little bit of work ahead of time, we are fucked right now, Gary.
You saying Biden was the answer the whole entire time?
Do you know what he got done? Do you know what he got done? Do you know anything about the Infrastructure Act, the CHIPS and Science Act? Do you know the only reason Texas isn't still as fucked up with their electricity as they were is because of Joe Biden? But Abbott ain't gonna tell you that. He's not gonna tell you. He is not going to. No, then Trump should have done it in his term before Joe Biden got in. Hush. Don't tell me some shit should have been done 20 years ago. Listen, if it should have been done 20 years ago, then Trump should have did it because he was in office before Biden.
We got 80, 90-year-old bridges that haven't been fixed since.
Gary, you're missing the point. You're missing the point, Gary. You're missing the point. You're missing the point. Because listen, Gary, if it should have been done, right? If Joe Biden gets no credit for doing it, well, then Trump should have did it because he was in office before Biden. So why the fuck didn't your boy do it in his first term?
I don't know.
Well, I don't know, but you voted for his ass again. He didn't get it done. He didn't get it done in the first term, but you sure voted him in again, Gary.
I'm just saying it shouldn't have not taken 12 years.
Well, Gary, it took an extra 4 because your boy didn't do it the first time he had a chance.
Yeah, I mean,
ain't that some shit, Gary? That's just something else he didn't do.
Yeah, I guess so. But like, I can say we needed the infrastructure bill. It was long overdue.
Well, good, because Trump's done everything to destroy it, along with the CHIPS and Science Act too.
Jeez, I hear you. You're just sounding so gloom and doom.
No, I'm just so full of fucking facts, and it sucks sometimes when facts are gloomy and doomy.
So I had to like go and ride the Democratic gravy train just to this.
Who's riding the Democratic gravy train? Because I don't.
I'm just saying, like,
I don't know what you're saying, Gary.
I don't know. It's just like they haven't. I'm just saying the party hasn't been.
I'm not talking about the Democratic Party, Gary. I'm talking about you.
Okay, I'm just one man.
Right. Who voted for one man? And you know what's scary, Gary, is how many of you there are. That's the part that's scary, is how many Garys there are in this country.
Well, we're voted on. I voted according to pocketbook.
No, the hell you didn't. You couldn't even tell me what you voted for. Hush. Nope. You told me you voted about immigration. Nope. Nope. You couldn't even name a policy, Gary. No. No. And then when you tried to name a policy, you didn't even know the right ones. And I gave you border information, Gary. If you were really voting on border, no, stop. Because if you were voting, Gary, if you were really voting on immigration, like the actual policy, here's what you would know. Stop interrupting. If you were voting actually on the immigration policy, let me tell you what you would have known, Gary. What you would have known is that April 14th of 2021, Kamala Harris was assigned a task to address the root cause issues in the Northern Triangle. The press pool was there. I can literally even show you the notes from the press pool. That's the beautiful thing about it. You would have known that they were addressing the push-pull factors. You would have known that the Biden-Harris administration got global investment of over $5 billion into those countries to slow down the migration of those people into this country. You would have known, Gary, that after she did that and kept the Guatemalan prosecutors from overturning the election there and kept the nation on even keel, you would have known, Gary, that after she did all of that work, that by December of 2023, for the first time ever, the folks from the Northern Triangle weren't the largest numbers that were actually coming from the border. You would have known that, Gary. You would have actually known, if you were voting on immigration policy, you would have known that they introduced immigration legislation in 2021 that was blocked by the GOP. They introduced it again in 2023, blocked by the GOP. You would have known that they introduced it in 2024, blocked by the GOP. And you would have known that they did it again in 2024 on a standalone bill that was written by one of the most conservative Republicans in office, Senator Lankford. And you would have known that the GOP actually blocked that. And guess what they did? You would have known that Senator Lankford took his ass onto Fox News and said that it was Donald Trump that told them senators not to pass that bill because he didn't want to give the administration a win and that he needed to run on immigration in order to win the election. See, if you were really voting on the issue, the policy of immigration, you would have known all of those fucking facts, Gary, and then you wouldn't have voted for Donald Trump.
No, I don't know. Would that stop and curb the cartel?
You would have even known, guess what, Gary? You would have even known that since May of 2024, all the way up until November, that the border numbers were slowly declining because Joe Biden damn near closed the border and he was being sued by the ACLU because he was violating the law. That's how much he was trying to do something about the border. But the Republican GOP wouldn't help him do it. See, Gary, if immigration was really important to you and you were voting on immigration, Gary, you would have known at least two of the things that I just told you. But you didn't know them. Why? Because you weren't running on immigration, Gary. You were running on misinformation.
Misinformation. Right?
Yeah. When you hear that 20 million people came into this country in 4 years, it's fucking misinformation. Because it was 2 million, Gary. We only have an estimated 13 million unauthorized immigrants, and 8.8 million of them arrived here prior to 2010. Do you want to know why I know that, Gary? Because I actually gave a damn about immigration and I looked it up. And that is what the Department of Homeland Security put in their report that came out April of 2024.
Exactly. So that's why we have so many people that have been here for 20, 30 years are self-deporting because...
No, people are self-deporting because they don't want to be treated like dogs. People are self-deporting because, people are self-deporting, Gary, because they don't want to be put in concentration camps. People are self-deporting because they are terrified for their children. People are self-deporting because they want to stay alive, and this bullshit ain't worth risking it. People are self-deporting because they want to live, Gary. And I don't want to hear shit else about that.
You said concentration.
Fuck yes. Do you understand that when you put someone, nope, listen, Gary, when you put someone in a building with no due process, with no windows, with no rights, with no access to anything, in metal bunks with no mattresses, it's a concentration camp. Do you know that that's exactly what CCOT looks like? Did you know that at CCOT, which is one of the world's worst prisons ever, Gary, every single cell, they have 256 of them, by the way, Gary, every single cell is designed to hold 80 men. And in that cell, they have metal bunk beds with no mattresses. They have 2 toilets, 2 wash basins, no windows, no fans, no air conditioning. That's what they have. That's what they just built. That's a concentration camp, Gary. When you get picked up in this country and you do not have due process, when you are not allowed to get bond, it's a fucking concentration camp. You better start calling a thing a thing.
A concentration camp for what I remember.
Nope, you don't remember one, Gary.
Videos. No, from what I saw in videos from the Nazi concentration.
You know you can't say that word over here. You can't say that word.
Oh, you can't? Oh, I'm sorry. Well, concentration camps from 80 years ago in a certain country or whatnot. You know,
bro, did you look at the ones that we had? Did you look at the ones that we had here again when we had the Japanese in them? Did you look at the ones that we had?
Yeah, that was illegal. That was illegal because they were.
And it's exactly what the fuck we're doing now, and it's still illegal. It's exactly what we're doing now, and it's still illegal. Yep, exactly. Yep, same thing.
So, do you think that this is supposed to be a way to deter? Like,
no, I don't. No, I don't. No, it's not a deterrent. No, I don't. I think it's inhumane. I think it's racist as fuck. I think it is I think it's unlawful. I think it's unconstitutional. I think it is I think it is a civil rights violation. I think it deserves for the people who are doing it to be prosecuted by the International Criminal Courts. I believe that the UN should find us in violation of human rights. I believe that is why we have been put on a watch list for countries that are worried about people's human rights. Did you know that we are about to lose $29 billion in tourism because people don't want to come to this fucking country? Gary, did you know that? Yes, baby.
No, I did not.
Get a little bit of something.
I did not. So
Okay.
maybe
That's fine.
we should maybe like install or somewhat make the system for like immigration policy much smoother transition, and still vet people that wants to come here to do right.
We do vet them, Gary. Do you want to know how desperate this administration is to get unauthorized immigrants out of here? They are literally ending legal status for people that are here legally. Ain't that some shit? You got 500,000 Haitians that are here legally because we fucked up their country. We gave them temporary protected status and said, come here, you're safe. And then he gets in office, he was like, psych, we're just going to take it back. You got to get the fuck out.
So are you saying that we, our government, is responsible for the death of their...
Why you keep... Okay, listen, you can't say the D word.
Sorry. They're responsible for...
what I am telling you, Gary, is... Gary, what I am telling you is that we absolutely helped destabilize Haiti. That is why we gave 500,000 Haitians temporary protected status, which means, Gary, they came the right way. It means they came here legally. And then his ass still tried to take it away and deport them. Ain't that some shit, Gary?
Well, I mean, he can't just do that. He have to have the courts will have to see if he can constitutionally do that.
No, Gary, that's why, no, listen, bro, that's why there's 200 Venezuelans right now sitting over in CCOT in a country they don't belong in. Literally in one of the worst prisons in the world. 200 people that haven't done shit. 90% of them never ever committed a crime. 90%.
Okay, and were they on temporary status as well?
Can I ask Gary?
Yes. Just asking. Just asking. Did they have like certain protections?
Let me just, I need to just say this. Do you know that I don't care someone's status? I literally don't care if someone came here legally or not when they have never committed a crime and they are sitting in one of the worst prisons in the world that is known for torturing people. Do you understand that there have been reports done on this place from March 27th of 2022 to March 27th of 2023, 158 people were unalived in that prison. 158 people. And we've got 200 people that we sent over there that have not even 90% of them have never even committed a crime.
Daddy, I want to say this. I am not ignoring the humanity of each individual. I'm not, ignoring, they're people or whatnot. I ain't, I'm not going to say that, they're nobodies or whatnot. They're people. I get it. I totally get it. I'm just saying, I think that maybe need to be an overhaul or a better way to have a way for people that want to become citizens.
So you mean like passing new immigration law that the Biden administration introduced 3 different times, right?
Well, apparently this is going to be a forever issue if this doesn't get addressed. Because like this been an issue.
No, it was going to be addressed.
Forever.
It was. They were going to pass the bill until Trump told the senators not to. Langford literally said it on Fox News. Go look it up. I would look it up for you, but I don't feel like it tonight. I done gave you way too many facts.
Well, maybe there should be term limits on.
No, we are the term limits. No, we're the term limits. People need to stop being fucking lazy and care about their country. Yeah. People need to stop being lazy and care about their country.
I'm just saying, nobody should be in Senate until to the age.
Then vote their asses out, Gary. If you don't want somebody in office, vote them out.
Okay, well, there's a term limit on being a president. Why can there not be term limits?
Because the founding fathers didn't put it in the Constitution.
Dang Constitution.
And do you know why? Because the founding fathers said, hey, listen, we know that it's bad to have a king, but we know that people have the ability to vote their Congress people out. See that? That's what the founding fathers said. They said, we know that it's bad to have a king. So you can't have a president forever. But look at that. Look at that. We're going to give the people a mechanism by which they can vote out members of Congress who aren't doing their job. And then what does Congress start doing? They start gerrymandering the fuck out of their districts. Ain't that something?
Oh, well. Yeah.
Ain't that something?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it is something. Yeah.
Oh, wait. Is it Stacey D's birthday? Stacey D, is it your birthday today? Hold on. Is it really her birthday? Okay, so listen, y'all. If you are new to our group and the way that we do things here, we have a special happy birthday song that we play for our folks that have a happy birthday, that have a birthday. And so you are going to have to give us just a second while we give a proper Danny Cans happy birthday to Stacy D. Give me one moment. All right. Y'all ready? Okay, Stacy, this one's for you, boo. This is your happy birthday song. You ready? Hold on. There it is. Put your phone on. Here, I got you. I heard it was somebody's birthday. I heard it was somebody's birthday. Yeah. PJ Panda birthday song. Yeah. Today is your birthday. We gonna say it loud. Today is your birthday. I know you're so proud. Today is your birthday. We gonna turn it out. About to get lit and wild out. Happy, happy, happy birthday. Happy, happy, happy birthday. Happy, happy, happy birthday to you. Happy, happy, happy birthday. Happy, happy, happy birthday. Happy, happy, happy birthday to you. So that's our little birthday song that we do. For those of y'all who do not know, that is by PJ Panda. That is the trap mix. I learned about it from my great niece and my grandbabies like a year or so ago. So that's how we do it. Holy geez. We do need a dance sticker. We do. Okay, listen, folks. Right. Stacy better be dancing. I'll bring your birthday present with me when I see you in 3 weeks. Yeah. So Gary, here's what I think. I think one of a couple of things. I think you're either just like being disingenuous and just trolling, right? That's a possibility.
No.
Hold on. And here's my thing. If that's the case, that doesn't bother me because there are 300 people in here that have learned a lot while you were here, right? Number 2, there's a possibility that you really voted for Trump and don't know these things, and you are having a hard time hearing facts about the person and the situations that you voted for. There's that, right? Oh, that was awesome. Shit, Kat, that was awesome. So there's that, right? I don't really know. And it's really not up to me. It's like, I don't ever, if whatever somebody's doing, it doesn't matter. Here's the thing. The reason you got to stay up here as long as you did is because A, you weren't disrespectful. B, people in this room were learning a lot of really good information. What's up, Jim's Junk? Because of the points that you brought up. So I am hopeful that everybody learned information that was valuable to you. I'm going to give you a couple of reminders very quickly. Okay. Number 1, tomorrow, the House Appropriations Committee is going to do a markup on the fiscal year proposed 2026 budget. There is a link in my link tree for you to watch that at 10 a.m. There is a link to the subcommittee for transportation, housing, and urban development. I strongly recommend that you call them. They are proposing a 44% cut to HUD, which would include the VASH program for veterans, for unhoused veterans. So it's really important to contact the people on that subcommittee, to contact your representatives and let them know you're not down for that. Same thing with the Senate, even though it's not at the Senate yet, doesn't hurt to get an early start. So there's that. Also, remember, email Bove and the whistleblower case. We'll talk about that. Make sure that you are downloading and listening to the podcast. The podcast is The Danny Cook Show, and it's on all podcast platforms. And then I am at The Danny Cook on YouTube, Substack, Facebook, Blue Sky, and TikTok. Remember that they are voting for funding on PBS and NPR. Make sure that you are contacting your elected representatives and fiercely defending those organizations. If you are able, remember to support them. NPR, PBS, as well as the ACLU. The ACLU is doing a lot of really good work, and they are fighting hard for us and for the rights of people. Make sure that you are in Virginia and New Jersey, that you remember that you have statewide elections. Folks, even if you don't live there, you can help. You can go to mobilize.us and you can phone bank for folks in Virginia. You can contact Lynn Lee over at Rural Ground Game in Virginia. They're doing phone banking. They've got a script over there. They're using the graphics that we made as well, that I made for Medicaid and SNAP benefits. Also, remember that today is July 17th and it is Good Trouble Thursday. There are lots of protests happening today all around the country. You can go to 50501 and find one that is near you. Make sure that you stay peaceful. Make sure that you stay safe. Make sure that you make good trouble, right? And yes, don't forget that we are looking for before, during, and after quotes from representatives about the big ugly bill. If you are willing to do some research on that, make sure that you get with Cam or Lisa or Stacey. I love that for you, Stacey D. I really do. And I believe that is just about it. I will be back tomorrow. I need to look at my calendar because I don't even know what I have. Hold on one second, folks. And I need to, because today was very hectic. Let me see what tomorrow is. Very quickly. I have. Okay, so it will be tomorrow morning. We'll be alive, and I would say that it will be probably around 10:30 in the morning. Yep, I have Jabber tomorrow evening. We're doing a podcast recording. You guys are really welcome. You really are. If you are really interested in information, please make sure that you go to my link tree. So if you go to my profile and you go to my link tree, there's tons of information in there for you. And yeah, so tomorrow, Jabba and I are going to meet. We're going to record a podcast episode that I'll put out later. I have to record one. It was supposed to be done today. It's going to have to be done maybe tomorrow or Friday. And then I have another one to get up from Cali Bar. And then I have Jabbers tomorrow. Yeah. So yeah, Gary, you can just go dive into my link tree and find information. So
I want to say I really enjoyed it, and I did learn a lot of stuff. And I ain't gonna lie, honestly, I haven't got this beat up since I did my last constitutional law class years ago. So I kind of missed that, but it's refreshing to have that. I'm not trolling. I'm actually literally enjoying the info and whatnot. So I feel like I need to start back getting involved. Like I should kick myself in the butt for that. But I guess I got guilty of like living and like just doing the hustle and bustle thing of like career and all that stuff. So yeah, I'm guilty of that. I mean, I'm pretty sure everybody does that. But yeah, but yeah. I'm gonna have to make some time to kind of focus on issues and whatnot. So
yeah, because that's what really matters. Yeah. So yeah, it was a pleasure having you. You're welcome to come back at any time. Make sure that you take a peep at the link tree. There's a ton of information there. All right, Gary.
All right.
Yep, I appreciate you. So, Kat, I was reading from 2 documents. I know it sounded like I was reading from one, but I was reading from 2 documents. One is the whistleblower case that was filed June 24th, and then the other is the July 2nd document that Kilmar Abrego Garcia's attorney filed on July 2nd. Okay, you're impressed. Yeah, there are 2 different documents. But yeah, so just parallel timing and stories. All right, so I am exhausted. I'm tired. I'm done. I'm getting ready to take my butt to bed. I got to wind down first. Yeah, they're both in the link tree, Cat. So you should be fine. You are more than welcome. Let love live. And I will see you all tomorrow. You're tired for me. Yeah. Ooh-wee. And Kat, the last podcast was the first portion of that. And then the next podcast episode will be the rest of it. So you can send them the links to the podcast too. And that might help as well. If you want to share that information with them that way. Ooh-wee. I'm yawning and everything, you all. I think that's it. For those of you all that ordered decks for me, they were mailed out. Lisa's painting was mailed out. Brittany, I sent you a DM, message me back because I have yours right here wrapped up and ready to go. I just need to get with you so that I can get it to you. All right. So love you guys. Mean it. I will talk to you all later. Love, peace, and hair grease and all the things. I'll see you all. Good night, Tara Love. See you guys.